Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Johnny Depp trial. We are on Totally Dacob. Hello, Jack. Hello, Samantha. Hello, Yelena, Angela, Miri, Rich, Mitch, Sunset, Moonlight, and whoever else is there. Be sure to subscribe to Totally Dacob, your source not just for Johnny Depp's trial, obviously, but all things pop culture. So hi, everybody. You can also follow me on my main channel, Super Dacob, as well as my perfume channel, Essentially Dacob. But I'm starting this new channel here, so we're trying to get it monetized. Let's get to 1,000K. Yay! Let's get to 1,000 subbies, you guys. So you can subscribe and help me reach 1,000 subscribers, and you can also support and tip me here if you wish. I'm gonna post it now in the chats and pin it up there somewhere. I'm gonna pin it at the top of the chats, you guys. There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay. So, luscious, luscious hair, darling. I even have my brush here. You're joining me from the train, Jack? Oh wow. I think the court is in they're taking a break. So we're waiting for the court to return to us. I don't know how long the break will be. I don't know if they're having a lunch break. By the way, now is the time if you want to partake in the eating.
Happy Monday.
Oh, thank you so much, Jack. You donated $3. Happy Monday. Let me pop your cherry. Yes, we also pop cherries on Totally Dacob. If you do donate to the channel for the entertainment, we pop a little popper for you, Jack. Royal Blue, baby. Woo. Yay! We're popping our first popper this week. Ah, fabulous, darling. So, hey, Debs. How's it going, sweetie? Hey, Amandeep Bueller. Oh, my gosh. Okay, so my hair is all over the place, but I'm kind of living for all of this. You know, we're living for all of this. Wait, where's the... We're living for all of it. And then I also... I brush... Because, you know, we're in court, you guys. We gotta be very, very presentable. And I mean, like, you know what I mean? And so I ordered a pizza. The pizza is coming. We're gonna be eating together. If you have a snack, get your snacks ready. Hijack on a train. Hey, Silala. Oof, child, let me put my hair back. It's going into my... Okay, it's super hot right here, and but it's fabulous. Hey, Anna Delvey. Wait, hold on. I can't see. Oh, that chats. I can turn... Oh, no, I don't need it. I don't need it yet. Okay. Not going to hear anything if I turn this on. So being presentable in court, right up my alley, says Anna Delvey. I don't have time for court. I don't have time for you. But do you guys think that Anna Delvey and Johnny Depp would be a great couple? No, obviously. Probably everyone's going to be like, no, justice for Johnny. Justice for Johnny. Don't let Johnny date Anna Delvey. He just got rid of one allegedly kooky person. Why get another one, right? Everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, just my opinion, as you know the spiel and the shtick. Allegedly is our word du jour. Dacob looking fabulous. Thank you, baby Firefly. How's it going, you guys? How has your weekend gone? Oh my god, we're only 8 subscribers away from 800 subscribers, you guys. Be sure to subscribe to Totally, I don't know like what's left, what's right on my screen. Wait, where am I mirrored? Okay, you see me here now? Okay, so, okay, the program is actually real. Okay, I see it. Yeah, there it is. Totally Dacob. Right here, right now, subscribe, because we're almost at 1,000 subscribers, you guys. We're 8 subbies away from 800. Yes! So I hope you're all having a fabulous Monday. I've had difficulties waking up. So I'm like, girl, you know, I heard, so there's like been a lot of YouTube channels that have been filming people like live streaming like since Sunday, sleeping in front of the courthouse, camping out in front of the courthouse. There's allegedly this lady that's been there since Sunday. No, or Saturday even. Not since Sunday, since Saturday. Oh, Sunday, 7 a.m. waiting until Monday, so 24 hours, like sitting on a chair waiting to be, you know, let into, to get a wristband or whatever you need to get vetted to enter the court, and people are live streaming even in front of the court. Get your Super Dacob merch, by the way. I'm drinking coconut iced coffee, coconut milk iced coffee. Hey Nina. Hey Hella Barbara Rank. What kind of pizza are you getting? Okay, I'm getting, just like last time, that ginormous margarita, but I pimp my ride. I pimp my margarita, so it's going to be a margarita with extra gorgonzola and grilled chicken. Yes, we are not on a diet today. So you have to apparently arrive really early in front of the courthouse to get a lower number to sit in court. What does that mean? That means that apparently the lower numbers get to sit behind Johnny, and the higher numbers, this is so sad, the higher numbers apparently sit behind Amber. And apparently nobody wants to sit behind Amber because nobody wants others to think that they support Amber. So people are rushing to get really early in front of the courtroom or the courthouse so that they're sure they get a lower number so that they get to sit behind Johnny and not behind Amber, which I personally think is silly. Let me tell you why. I would prefer to sit behind Amber because look at the logistics of it all. For the purpose of the logistics of it all, I have prepared a little Louis Vuitton moment. Yes, we are bougie here after all. Listen, you can go and watch all the lawyers talk about the trial. You can go and watch all the other, um, nerds. I am a nerd too, but there for the legal issues. But you come to me for fashion as well and luxury. Thank you very much. So we got a Louis Vuitton example. The Louis Vuitton courtroom, okay? So if this is the courtroom, and the judge is down here, and this is the entrance, right? So let's say the judge is here, Johnny Depp is sitting here, Amber Heard is here. Well, she's testifying right now, so Amber Heard right now is right there. So she's facing Johnny right now. But anyway, so sorry, what am I doing here? Okay, let me do it again. Okay, so this is where the judge is. This is where Amber Heard is testifying. And in front of her is Johnny Depp. If she's not testifying, then she's sitting down here. And all of this space is the back is behind Johnny and Amber. So if Johnny sits here, I don't want to sit behind him. I want to see Johnny. So I want to sit diagonally to Johnny. I want to sit diagonally to Johnny so that I can always see a little bit of his face when I look at him. Just because I'm sitting behind Amber Heard doesn't mean that I support her. But if I sit behind Amber Heard, I get to see his face. You see what I mean? So I would want to sit behind Amber Heard so I can check out Johnny. At least get a little of that profile, honey. That's what I would do. But then people want to sit behind Johnny because they think that means they support him. But then if you sit behind Johnny, all you get to see is his lawyers and a bit of his head from behind, which defeats the purpose of standing in line a day or more to go into the courtroom to see Johnny. I mean, that's just my opinion. Everything is wrongly mirrored, you guys, because sorry about that, but I'm looking at it from my perspective. So for me, Amber is here testifying, Johnny is here, the judge is there, she sits here when she's not testifying, Johnny sits here, and then this is all the courtroom. So everything is mirrored because I was... Anyway, you catch my drift. So, hey Shanita, welcome. So I would want to sit behind Amber Heard. Just saying. And Jack, you're totally right. They're going to stink up that room. Because if you've been in line... And I was asking myself, like this old lady... So there's these people who have been live streaming already since a day or two. In front of the courthouse, or around the courthouse, waiting in line. Some of the people that are there are actual lawyers. And this is kind of really sad to me. And they're trying to kind of plug in their law practices, and they're trying to and they're like sleeping on the street and telling people like, hey, you could hire me. I'm like, I would never personally hire a lawyer that is waiting in line in front of a courthouse like a fanboy. I would never. I sorry, that it just I don't know what they're thinking. But anyway, there's a couple of lawyers also waiting in line for days to get into, allegedly, into the courtroom, and then, filming and stuff. So this older lady that apparently has been waiting for such a long time, I also asked myself, like, where does she go to the toilet? How does she pee? She doesn't pee. She doesn't poop. How do you sleep? Where do you eat? How do you shower? So, Jack, I was thinking the exact same thing as you. How are they going to stink up that courtroom? It's going to be so stinky. All these dirty people that haven't showered for over 24 hours who waited to enter the courtroom. That's ratchet. Like, that's some ratchet stuff right there. Debbie says, I'm confused. Yes, better view, says Debbie. Okay. The people... the people in the queue that are waiting in line to enter the courtroom are saying that it's the biggest trial ever, bigger than Michael Jackson, bigger than O.J. Simpson. I wouldn't know because I'm not there. I'm sitting comfortably at in my own home and just live streaming the trial, which is much better than kind of suffering there. Like, I get it, you want to be a part of that historical moment, but let's be honest here. This is not a criminal case. This is a scandal of sorts. It's like drama. And I don't believe that this is going to go down in history long term, like O.J. Simpson. I think this now is a hot topic. Everybody wants to talk about it. We all appreciate, if not love, we all appreciate Johnny Depp. Me, I don't care for Pirates of the Caribbean or Caribbean. I really don't. I could not care less for those movies. I find them boring AF, just not down my alley. But I do love him with Tim Burton. I love everything he did with him in the early days. I love Nightmare on Elm Street, where he allegedly had his movie debut in Nightmare on Elm Street Part 1, where Johnny Depp gets fabulously killed by Freddy Krueger. By the way, Johnny in that movie is wearing a crop top. You get to see all the abs and everything. I mean, you know what I mean? And then Edward Scissorhands, Ed Wood Jr. or Ed Wood, also by Tim Burton. Johnny's in it as well. Then he also did the musical, what's it called? Oh, Sleepy Hollow. Then he did the musical where the Barber of Seville turned into a horror movie where Johnny gets to sing as well. Those are kind of the movies that I appreciate, like Tim Burton and him. Willy Wonka, Chocolate Factory. Like, Tim Burton turns Johnny into that goth icon that we love. So I like Johnny from that, right? I gotta be honest with you, I don't really care for Johnny's music career. I know that Johnny's been pushing his music career. Seems that he didn't really make it in the music career because the money kept flowing through the movies. And no matter how big his fame in the movies became, yeah, tak 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 tak. Oh, Talia, thank you for subscribing. You got Bob. Wow, Bob, wow. If you know, you know. Little Twin Peaks reference there. So his music career, I mean, his band and all that stuff, apparently he's still the movie star everybody loves to love, not the music star he allegedly wants everybody to love him for being. So just my opinion only, of course. Now, just saying, let me read some of your comments. Oh my God, imagine every one of them is wearing Sauvage in support. Honey, I prepared Sauvage just for Johnny, just in case we need to give him some support. You best believe Sauvage is ready. We got the pure perfume. Oof, cha. Cha. Oh, cha, we got Baby Yoda, cha. Baby Yoda. Are you going to say cha? Say cha, Baby Yoda. He said cha. Baby Yoda said cha. I know Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda is not a fan of Sauvage. Now, imagine if really they all just did the horse bath, which is kind of the French horse bath they used to call it back in the 1300s, when you would just throw some cologne. You never use water to clean. That's how the French used to do it. Perfume was allegedly invented for the rich because they would not bathe and they would just use that instead. It is said that liters and liters or gallons and gallons of cologne were used on a daily basis to bathe. Now, I do hope that they have some sort of filtering system in there. that they have some sort of air conditioning in there, that that there's some sort of fresh air going through that courtroom, because otherwise, honey, let me tell you, I'm thinking this, that there's probably people already now that didn't make it in today, that started queuing on Sunday. They're probably still in front of the courtroom waiting to get in tomorrow. I'm just speculating here. Now they're going to be dirty 2 days. If they're waiting since Sunday to get into the courtroom on Tuesday. Let me tell you, by the end of the week, that courtroom is going to smell like a teenager locker room. Now, for some of you, that might sound kinky. Not to me. Thank you very much. Been there, done that. Not for me. Teenagers, skanky locker room, no, no. Hey, Marianne. Good afternoon, Dacob. Loving the Amber-esque blush you recreated again. LOL. I have to work, but wanted to say hey. Hey, Mary. Actually, just for the record, may the jury hear this. This blush has been going on my channel for months before this trial even started. Just to be very clear. So if anything, Amber has been watching my channel. Now, is that a good thing? Probably not, because her blush looks terrible. Like, actually, she's trying to do shadows there, and it's really not working for her. At least not on the cameras that the courtroom is using. The courtroom cameras, they are a little bit grainy. They're not the best. The lighting in that courtroom is a travesty. It's very yellow dominated light. It's not a light that is good for film, to say the least. We would need a lot of color grading to get those scenes in the courtroom to look anyway acceptable. However, I'm a little bit better. My blush is a little bit more, we faded it in a little bit better. She kind of does those straight lines, or, well, maybe she has a glam team, somebody for her does it, or she does it on her own, I don't know. But I try to do it a little bit more, suave, darling. We're only 6 away from 800. Come on, subbies. Let's do this. So, Blonde and Chatty, how's it going, my love? Hi, welcome. Hey, Melanie Rice. Hi, guys. Just for you who are just tuning in now, I just ordered a pizza. We're going to have a pizza party. So if you want to get a snack as well, the courtroom is, I think they're also having lunch break. So I ordered my lunch as well. There's a hole in the world like a great black pit, says Jack, and the vermin of the world inhabit it. My favorite lyric from Sweeney Todd. Livin' Ferret. I actually posted a song from Sweeney Todd on my Insta stories to promote this live stream. So if you go on my Super Dacob backup, all spelled together, Instagram profile, and you watch the Insta story, now you get to see it. It's Johnny Depp singing as Sweeney Todd, the song My Friends. I thought, oh, what a way to, Anywho, Secret Window was good, says Silala. Wait, Secret Garden? What are we talking about, Debs? We're 5 away from 800. Yay! Oh, the fabulosity of it all, you guys. Could you imagine? I mean, obviously there's like 1 million channels live streaming this courtroom situation. So obviously, why would you watch a vampire like me talking pop culture and fashion and movies and Johnny Depp? Why would you watch me? You would want to watch probably, right? But if you're bored of all the law terminology, the hearsay, the foundation, the allegation, the sustain, then come right over here. We're just throwing shade, honey. We're doing it the good old-fashioned way. When you sit down, the Gilded Age. We're doing it the Gilded Age way. The Met Gala or Gala, go very gay. The Met Gala just happened a couple days ago. The theme was the Gilded Age. What a travesty, by the way. Kim Kardashian dressed in the Marilyn Monroe. First of all, Kim Kardashian wearing the Marilyn Monroe dress was not Gilded Age at all. It was just a way to destroy a piece of American pop culture history. My channel is all about pop culture. I can tell you, I know. The Happy Birthday, Mr. President Marilyn Monroe dress should not have ever... First of all, the government should have not permitted Ripley's to even buy it in auction. First of all. Because a national treasure like that has to be preserved in a museum. Now, obviously, since we know the conspiracy theories behind Marilyn Monroe's passing, whether or not, she was killed by the government or not, allegedly, it's a big topic. So maybe the government just wants to get rid of every memory of her because they don't want to be always implemented into the conspiracy theory of how she was allegedly, killed or not. But so they're like thinking, oh yeah, let Kim Kardashian with the silicone butt burst the dress open, and then we have one less thing to remember about Marilyn. Kind of. So give it to Ripley's. Ripley's are money hungry. They're not a real museum. They're not certified as a real museum. Ripley's is literally a trap for tourists. And they bought for $5 million allegedly the dress, and now they say the dress is worth even $10 million. After Kim Kardashian wore it, it's worth shite to me. Sorry, I don't want her sweat in Marilyn's dress. I want Marilyn's sweat in Marilyn's dress. I don't want Kim Kardashian sweat. How vulgar! Ew! No, honey, no. Hey, Fanix RZ, agreed. Why did it even left the museum? Because it wasn't a museum, Fanix. Ripley's is just. It's like going to McDonald's, literally going to Ripley's. It's like that's the level we're at, like fast food. So I was saying the Gilded Age was the theme of the Met Gala, and of course, Kim Kardashian not only ruined Marilyn's dress, but she also ruined the theme, to me. But we are here in the Gilded Age. You see what I mean? So you come here to me not to talk about the legalities of the trial. No, you come to sit down like they used to do in the Gilded Age for some crumpets and tea and gossip our hearts out about the situation, about how they look, what they wear, how their hair is, and we comb ourselves. As I said, I ordered a pizza. It's coming, so we're gonna have a little food as well as it happens. It's a really dark highlight on her upper cheeks. Not attractive, says Debbie. Oh my gosh, you guys, we're only 4 subscribers away from 800. Super excited. Thank you guys so much. We're moving up. We're moving on up. Fabulous. Thank you guys so much. So Fanix RZ, Crybaby was good too. John Waters is the director, if I remember correctly. Fanix RZ, yes, John Waters, one of my favorite directors of all time. He directed Crybaby. And Johnny Depp is in Crybaby, and he's gorgeous in Crybaby. When Johnny Depp sheds that one tear as they're about to shave his hair, that was already a courtroom scenario right there. It felt like he was being judged and scrutinized, and they're about to shave him, and he turns around and looks at the chick that then he falls in love with, and she's looking at him, and close up of that tear, and everybody in that room just melts. John Waters, baby. John Waters. I love John Waters. I love Pecker. Pecker is a great movie by John Waters. Cecil B. Demented. Cecil B. Demented with Melanie Griffith is a masterpiece. I love it to bits. Of course, we love Serial Mom, also by John Waters. Diane Keaton. Not Diane Keaton. What's her name? Let me Google it. Sorry, not Diane Keaton. Diane Keaton is a different actress. Hold it, you guys. Serial Mom. Kathleen Turner. Now, Kathleen Turner is also the voice of Jessica Rabbit in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Another fabulous moment in cinematography history. And of course, we love Pink Flamingos by John Waters. We love Polyester. We love his earlier movies in black and white, like short films as well. I've seen a couple. I don't remember their names. A Dirty Shame, the last long feature-length film that he made, also Live in Ferret. John Waters is one of my favorite directors, as you can see. So I have all of his movies. Even some of the shorts prior to the feature films. And a couple of his books. Kathleen Turner. Thanks, Debbie. So, agreed. Why did they even let the museum buy it, right? Marilla says, I think all the Kardashians didn't get the theme for this year as they all came in dresses in last year's theme. I know, the Kardashians are just a joke. Melanie Rice says, completely agree with you, Dacob. Thank you, Melanie. Silala says, for real, Marilla. Not one of them got it. No, not one of them got it. You know who really got it? Sarah Jessica Parker. She understood the theme. She came gilded. Gilded age, gilded Sarah Jessica Parker. Totally. Marilyn will be spinning in her grave, says Blonde and Chatty. Yeah, it was a travesty. Gilded gals and guys. So we're in the gilded age now, kikiing and talking and gossiping about the whatnots, the wannabes. And Gilded Gals and Guys, Miri says, I agree. Marilyn is from another era. Leave her dress alone. Silala says, I got to go back to work, but will pop in when I can. All right, Silala, looking forward to seeing you in the chats. Julie Medina says, Kim doesn't even compare to Marilyn. She wants to, doesn't she? But she doesn't. Not at all. It's a travesty. I sprayed on Paris Paris, hashtag not sponsored, you guys. I just love these things. Very flamboyant. The brand new fragrance by Chanel, the Les Eaux. Look how much I'm using this thing up. I'm bathing in this shit. This is very Gilded Age. So I'm already doused. You know what? Let's do a little, because we also like to talk perfume. So I'm going to just spray it on a little, all over me. Oh my God. I highly recommend this. It's the best rose I've smelled in years. Damask rose. I also love the rose in Ensemble Mythique by Guerlain, but that rose is dominated by ambergris, which is an indolic poopy smell. But on top of this Paris Paris, I have my pure perfume of Chanel No. 5. Oh, you best believe, if we're talking about Marilyn Monroe, I'm going to spray a little bit of pure Chanel No. 5 perfume on me just to give me that aura. We're channeling Marilyn here, okay, you guys? Oh, two. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, this is intense. Oh my God, this is so... I'm ready. Take me, Marilyn. Take me now, I'll say. Take me, Marilyn. Take me. Oh my God. The pure extract of Chanel No. 5, nothing beats it. And I've been around the block a couple of times with all the perfumes that I review and that I try and test. And some of them are exquisite, and some of them are worth raving about, and some of them definitely don't get the credit that they deserve. A lot of perfumes don't get the credit that they deserve. But Chanel No. 5, really, the pure perfume, also the Eau de Toilette, but the pure perfume, it just blows my mind away every time I smell it. Just saying. Talia says, I just found it super interesting that she said bruise kit when Hollywood makeup artists usually mean that for creating... Sorry, the chat just scrolled away from me. Creating bruises for fight stunt scenes. Yeah, I know, that sounded weird to me as well. And Blonde and Chatty says, what flavor pizza have you chosen? Margarita with added gorgonzola and grilled chicken. Sarah Jessica Parker almost always gets it. I agree, Jack. Kathleen Turner, her, right? I don't know what kind of back alley conservators Ripley's hired. Terrible. They're not even conservators. I think they just save money on it. The fact they would let anyone wear it on bare skin alone is horrific. I completely agree with you. Miri says, I'm also wearing Paris Paris today. Miri, are you enjoying it? Zara says, such a treat to catch alive during the week. Best to you, Dacob, for almost hitting 1K. You got this. Zara, Justina, you're so kind. Thank you so much. We're almost at 800. So come on, let's get to 1,000 so we get this channel monetized, so we get to do even more stuff, because then I can finance more things on this channel. So support your content creators, huh? Will ya? Thank you guys so much. Kim doesn't have the talent, says Fanix, nor the intelligence. I mean, she might have the intelligence, but she does not have Marilyn's talent. No. Marilla says, Marilyn left all her personal possessions on rights to her mentor, and when he died, his third wife was selling everything. She was making money out of the dress. Well, yeah, presumably so, right? Zara says, I just got a sample of Paris Paris after your review. So good. Isn't it amazing? It's a wonderful perfume. It's addictive. That rose, in the beginning you think, do I like this rose? But then when you start understanding the structure of this particular, it's not a cheap rose. Usually when we think rose perfumes, we think about, there's a specific type of cheap synthetic distillation of rose that you can buy. And most rose scented fragrances have that synthetic smell of rose. Also, if you buy rose syrup to make like, a cold drink to mix it with water or soda, it's that specific artificial smell of rose that we're so used to. And I really don't like that in perfumes. When I sense out that there's a that type of synthetic rose in a perfume, it just cheapens the whole thing to me. I don't like it. This is not a cheap rose. Paris has the damask rose, and it is splendid. It is very noble. It is very, very elegant. There's nothing cheap about the smell of this rose, and so I'm addicted. And plus, it has the patchouli base, so it has that ratchet nastiness in the bottom. So there's a mix of sex and cleansiness at the same time. It's really, really gorgeous. Paris and Coco Chanel number 5 pure perfume is what I would wear to this particular trial and case, because it also peps you up throughout the day, because you can't do anything. You're sitting there for like 10 hours. What are you supposed to do? At least you have something great to smell. You know what I mean? And just saying, Kim. So just saying. Sorry, where was I? Oh, Phoenix. Yesterday I bought the Paris Biarritz. Love it. The Paris was out of stock. Paris Biarritz is also gorgeous bergamot / lily of the valley fragrance, also to die for. I love it as well. It's very short-lived though. It lasts short on the skin. Oh my God, you guys, we're only 2 away from 800 subscribers. Yay! We're getting there. Come on, moving on up, you guys. We're almost at 800. I mean, it would be a miracle if we reached 1,000 during the live stream, but obviously I'm not expecting, too much. I'm realistic here, but you never know. Miracles can happen on YouTube. Miracles do happen on YouTube sometimes. I'm looking forward to this miracle. And so yeah, but Phoenix, they're gonna get Paris back in stock again, I'm sure. Talia says, why was Ripley's even allowed to have the dress? It's a total American culture and historical fashion moment, and should have been preserved in a museum, because they bought it at auction. They had the most money to pay. I wonder who their investors were, like who allowed this to who's investing in Ripley's really. I mean, maybe nobody. Maybe they have their own money and they're like surviving just on ripping off the people coming to see the museum. But yeah, 5 million apparently they spent on it. And 1 way away from 800. We're almost at 800 subscribers, you guys. I can't believe that's going fast. Well, let me comb myself. What was that? Dallas Duchess. Thank you for subscribing, Dallas Duchess. What a wonderful... Oh my God, I'm living for it. Talk about a Gilded Age name. Dallas Duchess. Honey, welcome. Welcome to the Gilded Age courtroom. Welcome to the gossip section of the courtroom, where all us kings and queens sit down to, chit chat. We can't be bothered to go into the courtroom. We throw all the shade behind the scene. You know what I mean? In our own little boudoir. So thank you so much for subscribing. We're 1 away from 800. Miri says, okay, now I need to go layer Paris with number 5 Parfum. Wait, hold on. I layered it even more now. It's amazing. Hold on, let me take a sip of my coffee. And yes, the dress should have been in the Smithsonian, says Debbie. Julie says Marilyn's dress is a national treasure. I agree with you. Seriously. Especially considering how that dress, what it represents. I mean, it was worn the day, or should I say the night, that Marilyn sang Happy Birthday to you. You know what I mean? To JFK, honey. And I mean, it's also kind of the beginning of the end for her. So it is a part of American history like rarely many or any other dresses. Minus, of course, Jacqueline Kennedy's Chanel twin set suit in pink, the day that her husband got shot, and the blood-stained suit. Obviously another piece of American history like no other. We're at 800. Oh my God. Yay, you guys. We reached 800 subscribers. That's fabulous. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, now we're moving on up, you guys. 801. Fabulous. Ooh, it's getting hot up in here. But 801 subbies, you guys, less than 200 to go to 1,000. Can I get an amen up in here? Okay, you guys. The gossip is getting juicier by the minute. I see where we're at here, you guys. Mega pints for everyone, says Unboxed Beauty, right? Oh, Debbie says, yes, the dress should have been in the Smithsonian. Marilyn's dress is a national treasure. Hello, everyone, says Kate Moore. Hi, Kate. I'm so bad at math, says Jack. You and I together. I think you and I together. Hello, Barbara Rank says, this will be a fabulous luncheon. Yes, it's a luncheon. Yes. And then we could also do a little bit of Downton Abbey, you know. I was just talking to Mama and Papa about, well, my Papa has passed away, but Mama. And Mama told me that Amber is a ratchet. Talia says, I really liked Billy's Gilded Age look. I think she captured it. I don't remember her look. Oh, I do remember. She came with her brother again on the red carpet. And the brother, poor thing, he's always like so upset that nobody really cares for him. She always gets all the attention. And he tries so hard. Bless his soul. Oh, that was shade, wasn't it? Oh, I could throw more shade about those two, brother and sister, but I ain't gonna. Talia says, I really liked, oh, sorry, Miri, Smolin, Zara, celebrating Mega Pints for everyone. Baby Firefly says, big congrats. Woohoo. Thank you, guys. Julie Medina says, amen. Amanda Bueller says, money. Blonde and Chatty says, we are ladies that lunch. Yes, the pizza is here, you guys. Almost. We are ladies that lunch. We stuff ourselves with crumpets, tea, and pizza, darling. Or burgerlets. I wouldn't mind a hamburger either. Just saying. So this is the place you go to when you want to, get a little bit of that pop cultural references, background information, the tea. So obviously, yes, we are in the Johnny Depp trial. They're in recess, or the court is taking a break now. So obviously, something just collapsed in the other room. I have ghosts, you guys. Anyway, now I'm craving pizza. I am on a diet. On Boggs Beauty, I'm always on a diet. It's my life, honey. But I can't wait for the Gilded Age season 2. Like, really can't wait. I really enjoyed it a lot. It was very easygoing, Oh, could you please comment on the whole session in a posh British accent? I'll rise my cup of tea for it. Oh my God, could you imagine, Marilla? I mean, my British accent is a joke, obviously. I don't want to offend any one of our wonderful viewers who are... Oh, I doth hear my pizza. So you guys, I'm waiting for the pizza. Oh, am I back? Yes, I'm waiting for the pizza. I'll be out in just a second again to pick up the pizza, but I'm, it's really hard to reach the fashion bunker. So there's like a lot of levels. Yes, you best believe we got security, honey. We got the walls, the separations, everything. No. You can't just enter into our little gossip room without being vetted. Debbie, you said I had McDonald's yesterday. Awful. Dacob made me do it. Oh, did you get diarrhea? What happened? Julie says, can we talk about Amber's awful outfit? Yes, we can. And we're going to get to see a lot of it again when the court returns. And so, as I was saying, me commenting on the whole thing in British, I don't want to offend any of our wonderful British viewers because obviously I can't deliver a proper British accent. But I mean, for funsies, we could do it just to have some fun. 803 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. Oh my God. Thank you. The love. I can feel it. Oh my God. I'm feeling the love, you guys. Thank you. So kind of you. So for funsies, we could do a little bit of a British accent, but I don't want to offend anybody, obviously. Oh my God. Okay, wait. I was watching Juicy Scoop, by the way. Heather McDonald, I love her. I mean, she's a complicated character to some, but she has her moments, let's just say. But I love her. But anyway, so she had Oh, listen, if we're going to talk Gilded Age, nobody is more Gilded Age than Joan Rivers. And Joan Rivers, who has unfortunately passed away, may she rest in peace. I adored her, adored her. Um, so her daughter came to Juicy Scoop on YouTube because she released like her third or fourth book since her mom passed away. And um, Heather interviewed her. The jokes, they were remembering Joan Rivers. It was so beautiful. It was just, you guys, I would live to see Joan Rivers comment live on the trial. That would be gold. You see, that would be something worthy of American pop culture history. To have Joan Rivers narrate and comment on the entire trial. I mean, it would have been gold. So her daughter was like saying like how Joan Rivers would be dealing with the situation of cancel culture and political correctness of today, and how she thinks that Joan would have found new ways to get to say the jokes that she used to say in the past, because she wouldn't be able to say them today because of the culture we live in. But she would find ways. She would say like, "Hey, I'm not allowed to say this," and then she would say it anyway. And that's a clever way of doing it. That's how I do it a lot as well on my channel. But what she also said was a really, because Jack was mentioning right before about like I'm bad at math. Like he said he's bad at math, and I said you and I together. Joan Rivers had this apparently really funny joke when she would see a really ugly dress on the red carpet. Oh my god, it's so bad, so politically incorrect. She would, when she would see a really ugly dress on the red carpet, she would say, "This dress is so ugly, it's probably really good at math." Oh my god. Of course she threw shade at, you know, mathematicians and nerds out there, and obviously she would have been canceled for it today. But oh my god, I mean, are you guys just as I sick and tired of political correctness? Now I know it's again, saying something like that, it's like super sketchy territory because you can get canceled super easy, but come on, let's bring back some of that terrible sense of humor again. I mean, wasn't that joke amazing? So anyway, Melissa Rivers was interviewed by Heather on Juicy Scoop, and she was talking about this new book. Living for it, living for it. You, Nina says, Dacob, you can do whatever you want. Go on with accents, right? Hey, just yapping. So bad at math too. Just yapping. You too. Yeah, me too. Terrible. No diarrhea, says Debbie from McDonald's. It just was like it was a week old. Oh gosh, it wasn't fresh. No, that's terrible, obviously. Sorry about that. Kate said, Tombox Beauty, no, we can do it. Salads and soups, and we gonna eat beautiful Jacob's pizza with our eyes. Oh my god, the pizza is gonna be this huge, by the way. Just yapping. How's it going, sweetie? Did you get Dyer Hoa? Asks Jack. Hey, Andrea Myers. Welcome. RN says, I loved her fashion TV show. Yes, Fashion Police. Oh, we lived for it. We lived for it. Lived for it. Joan was wonderful, says Amandeep, right? I always get the screaming squirts when I eat McDonald's, says RN to Jack. Cha. Joan was wonderful. Blonde in the chat, he says, oh, I loved Joan Rivers. She was queen of the stand-up. Yes. Kate Moore says, Joan is an icon. RN says, I loved her fashion TV show. Jack says, a workaround. Reach around too, says Debbie. Nina says, Dacob, you can do whatever you want. Thank you. I read them already. Sorry. Baby Firefly says, yes, you can say it to me. I'm with you. Right, baby? Yes. PC. Political correctness killed the humor. I agree. Marilla says, Joan Rivers actually reminds of Christine Baranski, aka Aunt Agnes from the Gilded Age. Yes, they have similar bone structure, don't they? Julie Fitzgerald says, that joke is okay. I hate how political correct we need to be. We cannot even stereotype anymore, says Julie. And Bugs Beauty says, oh my god, I need stuffed crust. Amandeep says, pizza. Amandeep says, so bad about Naomi Judd. Saw her special, the beautiful people inside and out, leaving us so soon. Listen, don't get me even started. I mean, so soon. Betty White left us on New Year's Eve, and I mean, okay, she was almost 100. She had a long life, but still, I still am so sad for it. I want her to live another 1,000. So hold on, let me get the pizza, you guys. Just a second. You guys, can we just? I mean, can we hold on? There you go. My pizza is here. It's a big one. I'm going to eat. Can you hear me? I don't understand what's. Okay, I don't understand. Signs don't mean anything to me. So, oh, pizza up again? Hold on, you guys. Ooh, there you have it. And I should be next to it? Okay. Oh, I lost a tomato. Okay. I didn't lose it. It just fell to the side. Hold on. Oh my God. So big, you guys. My cherry tomato flew. I found it. Okay. So we're eating pizza and talking. Base of margarita with gorgonzola on top and grilled chicken. Oh, the basil? It's fine. I don't like a lot of basil. This is just for the smell. You know? Hmm. Mm. Mm-mm. Hmm. I live for gorgonzola, you guys. Hmm. Thank you, Nina. I'm enjoying the pizza. Thank you so much. Unbox Beauty goes on Uber Eats. Hmm. Mm. Debbie's like, oh, damn, Dacob. Mm-hmm. This is a big pizza. Classic Italian style. Thin crust. Good ingredients on top. Hmm. You guys, am I the only one who loves gorgonzola here? Buon appetito. Grazie. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Talia. Hey, Pinhead. Welcome. Mm. Mm. Helena's like, munch, darling. Yelena says, hell no. Oh, you don't like gorgonzola? I live for gorgonzola. Yeah, we got two Ninas. One Nina says, I have to change my name. I get confused reading the other Nina. Oh. Channel 69 reformulated. Just subscribe. Thank you for subscribing, sweetie. Welcome to the pizza trial. Mm. And apparently gorgonzola is kind of I can handle it because I'm lactose intolerant. But apparently gorgonzola's structure is more acceptable for lactose intolerance. Depends how much you are intolerant, obviously. But in my case, gorgonzola, I can handle it. So I'm very happy about that. Hmm. But Yelena, gorgonzola is not stinky. Mm-mm. Gorgonzola is not the stinky cheese. There's also a molded stinky cheese. But gorgonzola doesn't really have a smell, you guys. Kate Moore lives for cheese. We all do. Hmm. Ayana's like, you're not the only one who loves gorgonzola. Hey, it's Julie. Julie Fitzgerald says, where did you get from? Looks like a good local specialized pizzeria. It is. It's my Italian around the corner. My little Italian from around the corner. Hmm. I'm like, hey, honey, I have a courtroom situation today. Would you mind sending over a little something, something? Mm. No, Yelena, it's not stinky. Gorgonzola is moldy, but it's not stinky. It's not blue cheese, like a stinky blue cheese or like a stinky molded cheese. There are those as well, but those are not gorgonzolas. Those are different. Those are different cheeses. But gorgonzola is not. It's not a stinky cheese. Yeah, Yelena, it's not stinky. Others are, but gorgonzola is not. The only thing with gorgonzola, you can choose the degree of how ripe or young it is. And the best gorgonzola for me is the youngest one, and usually quite hard to get anywhere else but in Italy because it's like melty. So when you open it, it kind of just like kind of melts out. The younger the gorgonzola, the more liquid it is, and it's delicious. The young gorgonzola is the best. And then as it ages, it gets a bit harder and stiffer, but it still doesn't turn stinky. But I like the young gorgonzola the best. Julie says, me too. Pineapple, yes. Dacob, pineapple on pizza, yes or no? I've had it a couple of times. Sure, why not? But it's not really what I crave. But I've had it, and it's okay. Snowflake's Nightmare says, so, who here believes anything Amber is saying? Good question. Does anybody believe what Amber is saying? Unboxed Beauty has gorgonzola in the fridge. Blonde and Chatty says, I like your pizza eating technique. Haha. You fold over the slice. I will try that next time, as I always end up the slice flopping down and the cheese slides off. Okay. Blonde and Chatty, good that you noticed this. First of all, this is a sacrilege. In Italy, first of all, you eat with a fork and a knife. You don't lift a pizza. You actually cut it, because it's always, the good pizza is always too thin to even lift, because it would just sog off. To fold a pizza is actually vulgar. Not very Gilded Age. You should have it unfolded and eat it like this. That's how it should be done. When you fold it like this, it is vulgar. I'm very well aware of that. This is kind of not the elegant and affluent way of eating pizza. But it's the safest for me, because right now I have a lot of stuff on the table here for filming, and I don't want it to leak. So I'm just being very careful and protecting, all the other stuff here right now, the technical equipment, the makeup, the perfumes, the boxes that I have here, Baby Yoda. So I fold it like this just to be extra safe, but I am aware that a lot of Italians, well, general, whatever. Also, a lot of people, when they see you fold a pizza, they're going to tell you, oh my God, that is so vulgar. Whatever, girl. Sue me. Hey, Finley. Oh, yeah. Mascarpone and gorgonzola, also very interesting combo on Box Beauty. Debbie says, as I'm doing yogurt batches, maybe I will try to do the cheese from whey. Oh my God, we're only 3 subs away from 810 subscribers, you guys. Come on, let's get this house started. Let's get this party rolling. I believe miracles are true. Miracles can happen. We might just reach 1,000 subscribers today. And if we do, if we reach 1,000 subscribers today during this live stream, I'm going to pop a bottle of champagne that I have in the fridge. If we don't reach them, the bottle stays in the fridge. It's going to live to see another day in the fridge. So no harm done either way. But if we do reach 1,000 today, we're going to pop a bottle of Bali. Oh.
Sherry?
Starting.
We have things. Okay.
Starting, you guys.
Yes. What do we have?
This thing fell out of my ear. Sorry. Okay. I don't have any audio, so I guess they didn't resume the audio yet. The jurors are mostly male in their 20s, says Snappin. Hi, Snappin, by the way. Some of them fed up with Amber's lawyer. Oh, interesting. How do you know that they're fed up? They're not allowed to talk to anybody. Hey, Sharon Cole. Finley says, if I could subscribe twice, I would. Thank you, Finley, my love. Fanny says, champagne. If we reach 1,000, I'm a pop in a bottle of champagne. Melissa's to Kate Moore. That is pasta a quattro formaggi with 2 additional cheeses. I don't hear anything. Is there audio? Or is there no audio yet in the courtroom? Oh, Jack, thank you, darling. You and all the personalities have subscribed 6 times. Dacob eats, says Julie. Yes. I'm going to nibble. Thank you, Julie. Hey, Sharon Cole. Thank you. You're beautiful. Thank you. I'm on diet. You eating took my cravings away. Oh, Julie, fabulous. I'll get fat for the both of us. Oh, now I hear the audio. I hear the audio.
Are we ready for the jury?
Hey, Amber. Tickle, tickle. Tickle, tickle. Amber looks... Oh my God.
All right, thank you. Seated. All right, your next question.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 155.
Blush and highlight.
Okay.
That's the makeup palette.
Oh, okay. Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, 155 in evidence. Do we have it?
I think it's there. We had pictures.
Utilitarian jacket.
All right, thank you. All right, 155.
Chinese worker collar. Trying to look Hitchcock today.
155.
Hitchcock.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit number 357B as in boy, plaintiff's exhibit, and it is a tape recording from June 2016. The timestamps are 4:47 to 7:52.
All right. Is that in evidence yet?
I'm going to move the admission of it.
Okay, so was that going to be for the whole 357, or is that 357A, or is that?
That's just B. I have that as B as in boy. I think there was a portion that
Okay,
was put in there.
357B. Any objection to 357B?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 357B in evidence. Thank you.
I can just tell you the basic facts is like it was private for days after I filed. You did not have to file. That's not a move that the other party has to make.
Okay.
And it's just not.
Okay.
And you did.
Okay.
Well, your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes, it was private in TMZ. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that, and if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it. And if you say proof, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me that any fucking
It just makes sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't, it doesn't shock me. But I'm telling you now, if they file the fucking papers tomorrow, which means the shit I gotta file before we go to court on Friday. If they file those papers, it's first of all, it's very bad for both of us. Okay.
Well, your team's not gonna file anything that they think is bad for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're saying. You got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me beating.
Not me. I have to respond. Legally, meaning I'll have to go and pursue I have to pursue the whole course of action, because here's what you don't understand. If we do this, and basically, we'll know, because I called my lawyers and I said, why aren't we negotiating more? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything is done in our court. We literally...
They won't settle. Your agents won't, your lawyers won't settle, baby, I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have we even found mediators and everything. Like, that was all worked out. The thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order. And that's the problem, like, she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay,
Why?
I'll tell you what, Amber, let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now. And I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just but I'll get on it right now.
I just want you to know I've not done anything and have not been doing any moves. Like, look it up, timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything's been a defensive move because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit. And I am not after a dime of your money. And
Do you remember when you had this discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016, so after the divorce, while we still had the restraining order.
Okay. And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking her. I haven't.
All right, overruled. Good.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign that he launched.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. Lack of foundation.
What, if any, discussion did you have with him about a smear campaign?
Johnny told me that he would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me, meaning professionally, no one would ever work with me again, that I'd never work again, that I'd be selling Depends, is what he said, and that he'd ruin my career, and he refused to not engage with. Up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by leaking.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
How is that speculation?
This is what he's telling her, correct?
Right.
Okay, all right, I'll overrule the objection.
And up until that point, I was trying to, get him to call the dogs off, call it off, because it was.
Dogs off.
It was forcing me into a position where he was calling me a liar, and he was forcing me to prove it. And I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well-paid, very sophisticated PR machine.
Objection, Your
going
Honor.
overtime.
Calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on. Let's go to Depp exhibit. That's Plaintiff's Exhibit 357C. That's 12:30 to 16:30. Remove the admission.
Any objection?
To record. It's different when you don't know you're being.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 357C in evidence.
All right. Michelle, if you complain.
I'm
Generally, I
not,
would not admit
it's not
as
about
evidence
that. It would not be about me
anything that
throwing
you
you under the bus.
recorded
You know what
knowingly.
it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable.
That's still manipulation.
To imagine that either I'm in A, secret fake club, or B, I've had
A secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for for 3 years, and taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. But no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have corroborating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamp validated photos of either corroboration between people hearing
to adjust the volume
or corroboration of next day,
me or of the court?
Whitney sending text message to Kevin, him responding, or the kind of stuff like between me and people in your life. It is insanely cross-corroborated then if it is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout the years and just sit on it for years.
Higher volume on me? Okay, well, I'm not talking, I'm listening right now, but I'll do it when I talk.
Do you understand that the pictures I have match with like text messages to my mom back and forth about it? You know, and text messages between, say, Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or, you know, between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey, Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip, I may have a busted nose and 2 black eyes tomorrow because I fill out that it will be in for the morning every day to cancel. But they can hear it. I don't know how. I'm icing it. I just, I'll let you know in the morning, you know? And things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing there. Nothing. And all of that won't be me throwing you in the bus. That will be evidence in this case, which it will be criminal as well, because I cannot go on Friday and file without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't filed that police statement, which has been used against me, by the way, every day, and the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And the third-party prosecutor come and a criminal lawyer come, and they went, like, the problem is, hearing from you, like, your biggest struggle is that this is just, it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen. And if you give this over to them or present any part of this, they will prosecute him. And I felt like I would never want that for you. It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call myself, like, so in my head, it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
Can you please explain what the context of this was?
I was begging Johnny to not make me prove what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this and have to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want to be there then. And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. Good.
Thank you.
I was trying to point out how absurd it would be for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries on the dates where we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, pictures from 2012.
Oh.
So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate, well-orchestrated, year-long campaign for what? Or that, what? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him. I loved him so much. That's why I'm explaining to him why I didn't file criminal charges. I didn't file a police report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't want this to go to a prosecutor. I didn't want this to hurt Johnny. I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357D as in David? And that is 17:25 to 17:37.
Like, we'll go, we'll go.
Admission, Your Honor.
All right, any
No
objection?
objection.
All right. Any evidence? 357D.
Yeah, Grogu tried to lift her up,
Baby,
but the dark side is strong with her.
baby.
He can't lift her up.
Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
I'm going to go on now to, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 357E? And this is 21:47 to 22:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
357E. Thank you.
Yeah, the dark side force is too strong with this one, Finley.
I think that I thought you could kill me. That doesn't mean
Allegedly.
you killed her. You also that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of why I said call 911. Because you had your hands on me after the phone and my face, and I just got crazy.
Yes, Aaron, she's dressed like the Empire. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you for subscribing, Michael.
Defend myself that way. I never see myself as a victim. It's too fault, you know?
Alright, yeah.
And I, when they came, I did not cooperate with them. It has been used against me, not by the media, by your side.
Oh, honey,
And
let
what
me
are you
collect the
referring to
tears.
That I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him.
That's a good point, Finley.
I'm pointing out I
Animals
didn't
have a good
cooperate
sense
with
of
the police,
truth
that I
and
didn't
emotions. If your dogs are not
want to get him
reacting,
in trouble.
that means that they don't believe the voice.
But I didn't want to
the
hurt
timbre.
him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar. Just don't say this isn't real. Because I'm the walking proof of it.
I'm going to ask to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit, Depp Exhibit 357F as in Frank, 24:04 to 24:48, and move the admission.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 357F.
I have said only this from the very beginning. I only have my integrity. And the unfortunate thing is,
What about
they
mine?
take it a step further.
What about mine?
They keep taking, that's what it keeps, I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth, that's what I'm trying to say to you. Every step of the way, I have said to them.
Hi, Michael
the
G.
thing is, they're hurting
Thank you for
Johnny by
subscribing.
this, because every time that they call me
Oh, yes,
a liar,
Nina, new
or
memes
Steven,
rolling
it's
in.
not true, or Steven, does this text message does not actually happen, or that your security guard, which by the way was a follow-up to your security guard thing they never saw abuse happening. The same security guard who, by the way, have said to me multiple times.
Yeah,
that I'm
Michelle,
being
I also
killed.
can't wait for the cross examination. Hay fever? Channel 69. She has hay
What are you talking
fever.
about there, Amber?
That even though Johnny told me
Cute little
that his
angel, thank you
guards
for
would
subscribing.
say whatever he needed them to say, that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my
Objection,
life
Your
this
Honor.
way.
Hearsay.
All right, sustained objection.
It came in through the tape, so
Oh,
that's
hey,
all right.
Pops,
We're
thank you for
fine.
subscribing.
Let's go, Michelle.
Your
just go
Honor.
to-
If we could approach, please.
I'm sorry.
I can do that too, Amber. Amber.
Michelle, can
What?
you bring up Depp Exhibit 357G?
What?
Plaintiff's 357G,
Oh.
and it's 26:00 to 26:28.
Hey, love DIY.
Oh, move the admission. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Oh, obviously, they're going to have to say they didn't see it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're gonna have to do this under oath too, you know.
And
True.
because the unfortunate part is, I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Emma? Do you believe all this?
Ava. Hey, Ava.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
In May, in December, in April.
What were you referring to with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times in which he beat me up and that he knew about.
Oh my God, that is so shady.
So I'm going to
Cat
take you
face?
now fast
I think
forward
she's
into
using
the
No More
July
Tears
2016
shampoo.
timeframe.
Livin'.
There was a mediation that came about during that time. What
Blonde
if
and
any
chatty.
intent did you
I
have
hope Johnny
to
bought the Chanel
reconcile with
earmuffs
Mr.
during the
Depp at
marriage.
the time of the mediation?
I wanted there
Hola,
to be
Gloria
no
Retinos.
animosity. I wanted to minimize animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe what transpired during the July mediation?
Even though I had a TRO and I wanted to move on with my life, the campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear campaign, the article after article, the hounding me, the leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Okay.
Please explain.
What I was meeting with him about is because he had, put these things out in the media. It seemed like every day
Objection,
there
Your
was a new
Honor.
attack.
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
All right.
Her choice of
Mr.
outfit is
Depp
wrong today, you
discuss
guys.
with you that he was putting these out in the media?
She's channeling
Objection, leading.
the Hitchcock cold blonde
Yes.
killer.
Okay.
That's not what
Please
she
explain.
should. She should be wearing
He told me he would tell his team to
Something
back off and to
that would show her as
to
abused.
back off effectively.
Not
if
as a
I
manipulator.
agreed to
This
do certain
outfit
things,
says,
one of which
I'm a
there was,
manipulator.
he wanted me to drop charges. He wanted, or some version of that. He wanted me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do certain things that I thought were impossible and that would definitely go against all of everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine, the press machine, because I was feeling like I couldn't live my life. I was being dropped from commercial opportunities. People were turning on me. A campaign I shot dropped me. I mean, it was just, I had never been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family were, and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me got bombarded. And the
Objection.
media campaign
Calls for speculation. Lack
Yeah,
of
but if the
foundation.
jurors are male and she's
I'll stay
appealing
just
to
the
them,
last
shouldn't she
part
look
of
more
that, all right?
sexy then?
Okay.
If
Next
they're
question.
straight jurors.
Okay.
I mean, on me it doesn't work.
We heard Christian Carino
I'm male, and I'm
testify
judging her
earlier. Can
too
you
right
describe
now.
to the jury who
And I'm like, that
what your
outfit does not
relationship
match
is
the story.
and was
See what I
with
mean?
Christian Carino?
He was my commercial agent, meaning he handled things like campaigns for a short amount of time, and then became Johnny's agent
Yes, but
around
no,
the time
hi.
of the divorce.
How are dressing jars with her testimony?
He was a kind of mutual friend at the time between Johnny and I, and so
Yeah,
he
Melissa,
helped,
right?
us kind of
Against, you know,
negotiate or
all,
mediate
girl, what?
a time where we could meet, and my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. That's right.
What, if any, desire did you have to return to Mr. Depp after the divorce?
None.
Okay. Now, you heard Mr. White testify
Hey, Maria
that he
Barreau.
engaged in negotiations.
Follow me on Super
with you
Dacob,
during the
Backup,
settlement
Instagram.
process
That's
of the
where I always
divorce.
announce the live streams, so you won't miss
What,
one.
if any, discussions did you have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've never spoken to him.
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not.
Okay. What was important to you in the divorce negotiations?
The statement. That was it. The statement. I wanted a mutual statement, and I wanted him to call get the press out of this. just make a statement. And in that statement,
Super Dacob
clear my name. I
Backup,
wanted
all
to clear my
spelled
name. It's
together.
all I have.
On Instagram. Thank you.
You know, I said this to him too, and he, you know, he knew this. All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't
Thank you,
agree
Jack and
to
Pop.
a number, that it could be overturned. That this would never actually, it would never get completed, it would never settle.
Objection,
and then it would be
hearsay.
overturned.
What was your
Sustained, go ahead.
What was your understanding?
That if I didn't agree to a number, it would be
Oh,
overturned.
that's a good one,
So I took
Findley.
far less than what they were offering and what I was entitled to.
And why did you donate it to charity?
I promised the entirety of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money. And in the divorce,
But you didn't
I
give
just
the
wanted my
entirety to...
safety. I wanted to move on from my life. I wanted my future.
But she didn't give it to charity.
And
She
then
gave
he
only a
started
part
compromising
to
that,
charity.
calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on. By doing so that I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying that since 2016.
So why did you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I'd been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit is how I got affiliated with them, and I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it. And
What about the ACLU?
and then ACLU because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work they were doing. I believed that they were doing good work for people who deserved it.
Why did you make the donations over a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time. Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit.
Before we get to that, did anyone make
Live is off?
donations to the Children's Hospital or ACLU on your behalf during that time period?
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who
Glitching?
was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. He made $500,000 to both in my honor, in my name, in 2017, I believe.
And have you completely fulfilled your donations to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet.
And why not?
Because Johnny sued me for $50 million in March of 2019, and I have spent over $6 million.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a motion in limine.
That part was supposed to come in.
Once you come forward, let's take a look.
So she stopped giving the donation to charity because Johnny countersued her. So she's like, I'm going to need that money to pay him if I lose. First of all, you guys, honestly though, my biggest issue here is Johnny saw the trouble with her before marrying her. Doesn't it raise all your red flags if your future spouse tells you, I don't want to sign no prenup agreement? Like, if that already, and you already are fighting before the wedding, and then she keeps postponing the prenup signing, doesn't want to sign it, that's the biggest red flag. I would just say, no, you know what? No, we're fighting too much already now. You're behaving super sketchy. I don't want to marry you. Yeah, I think she said she needed the money for legal fees because he countersued her. And so she's like, I stopped paying the charity because I thought I'm going to need that money to cover legal fees to pay him. And then she went into saying $6 million alone for the legal fees. And then she was interrupted by his lawyers. And now both her and his lawyers have approached the bench, and they're trying to clarify with the judge if they're allowed to mention this counter lawsuit. Yeah, Jack, we do make ill-judged decisions when we're hurting. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, some people think marriage will fix things or change things, and it's still the same two people, same problems, says Finley. Yeah, Hella is living ferret for these lawyers, fashion. What can I tell you? I mean, people do weird things to try to keep. But the thing is, she wanted, from what it transpires, she really wanted him to marry her. So if she's so desperate to get wedded to him, you do a lot of things. It seems like she did the opposite of it. She was just being bossy and mean to him, apparently. Hey, you guys, subscribe to my channel. We're at 813 subscribers already. We're approaching 900 as we speak. Let's get to the miracle 1,000 during the live stream, and then I pop a bottle of champagne and I get drunk. And it's still the same two people, right? She was diagnosed a narcissist. Johnny had to deal with those mind games. Hey, Jizzes. Oh my God, Roishin Machine. Yes, Queen, enjoy the concert.
So going back to that then, could you afford to continue making payments to the ACLU and Children's Hospital?
No.
Okay. What, if any, intention do you have to fulfill your pledges and donations to these organizations?
I still fully intend to honor all of my pledges. I would love for him to stop suing me so I can.
What, if any, deadlines are there on your pledges and donations to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
There are none. They understand.
Okay. Now, let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already admitted.
A mega pint of champagne, RN, yes.
Now, I'm going to just direct your attention to paragraph 27, where it says, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance did that have to you?
That was everything to me. That was the most important thing in the separation agreement between us, is that he acknowledged that I hadn't made a single false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it, he'd honor it. I mean, he signed his name to it, and I thought it would mean something. He acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it for financial gain. And that's what I was being called at the time, a gold digger and a liar.
Okay. Thank you. We can take this down, Michelle. And
Hey, Audrey.
I'm going to now take you to post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how your career evolved after the divorce, which I think was final in February 2017. I
had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I had shot. I was told I was going to be dropped from...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Saying objection.
I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman, but I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
Can you tell the jury what Justice League was and what your role was in that?
Isn't it ironic they call it Justice League? Is this justice?
DC action film, and it introduced my character. And it provided the base for the Aquaman spinoff that followed it, but that was not a reality at the time of shooting Justice League.
All right. And then you were able to be an Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes, I I kind of showed up to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it, and managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill I was able to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs, and eventually made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was very successful. I think it was the most successful DC film by its release, and I was getting my career back, even though it was, it took a major hit when I got my restraining order against Johnny.
So let's talk about Aquaman for a moment. I think you said it was the highest grossing film of DC films, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did that come out?
December of 2018.
Okay. And what was your role in Aquaman?
I play Mira.
And was that a lead role?
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
Okay, so you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. I was his love interest, the female, I was a female lead of the movie.
Okay. So in December of 2018, as Aquaman's coming out, why did you agree to participate in the op-ed?
Well, because I believed in some of the causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot of attention and energy around gender-based issues, gender-based violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador
Good
for
point,
the
Maria.
ACLU.
It's funny that now
I was
she
proud of
dresses
that
like this, but when
ambassadorship,
she
and I
was
looking
covered
forward to
in
the
bruises,
opportunity to
she
lend my
didn't dress
voice
like
to what
this.
I
She didn't
thought was
hide
a great
herself
cause,
like
which is just a conversation around women's
Snap
issues
it.
and
Oh,
gendered
Amber
issues
loves
that I
Momoa.
think the whole country was having at that time, quite a political conversation and cultural conversation at the time.
Talia says Jason Momoa is why I purchased my
happy to lend
ticket,
my
not
voice
you,
if I could.
Amber.
Who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
The ACLU.
Did you initially want to include Mr. Depp by name or reference?
No.
What were you trying to accomplish by the op-ed?
I was trying to raise awareness around some of the issues that I just mentioned. There was some legislative reform, Title IX being one of them, and there was just a greater cultural conversation being had around gender issues. And I was happy to weigh in on what I saw as the unique phenomena that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful, when they speak up about gender-based violence.
Oh, Tina, you're at work. Your sources say
I thought I
the
could
jury
lend
is
my voice
sleeping.
to that conversation. I thought I had something to say about that.
Were you trying to boost your sales for Aquaman since it was coming out in that same time frame?
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed, a major motion picture or major franchise like that is not aided by the publication of an op-ed in the Washington Post. I'll put it that way. But the other way around can be said. I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to potentially advance the causes within the op-ed.
Because of your success as Mira with Aquaman?
Yeah, just the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to the issues that the op-ed aimed to address.
What did you do once the ACLU
Barbara.
had your agreement to be
Welcome.
the spokesperson for the op-ed, to put your name to it?
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why did you do that?
Well, because I didn't
Caboozle
want
Juice.
to
Thank you for subscribing.
get into any sort of
Caboose
legal
Juice.
issue.
Thank you.
I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems for talking about what happens to women or people when they come forward and speak about these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And that backlash that people face when they come forward is exactly what I was writing about. And I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me and quite literally prove my point.
And so who was the counsel that you hired to
Yeah, Melissa.
review
I'm
the
also waiting
op-ed?
for Kate Moss.
His name was Eric George.
Where's he located?
Yeah, it's Bob, Audrey.
Los Angeles,
Bob.
California.
How did you know Eric George?
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of Eric George's experience and skills to be able to review that op-ed for you in the context of your concerns?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking her understanding.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have knowledge of Eric George's abilities at that time?
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
Okay. And what, if any, experience? What was your experience with him in representing you earlier?
I thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart, and I trusted him.
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he suggested. I took all of his advice.
And what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you ignore?
None. I mean, he's my lawyer. I listened to him.
Okay.
See you in a bit,
I'm going
RN.
to ask you, if we can pull up, Michelle, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Now, this is the online version of the op-ed, and it has this title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. What, if any, role did you play in this title?
None.
What, if any, role, to your knowledge, did the ACLU play in this title?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. Are these exact words anywhere in the article?
No.
Okay.
No, they're not.
When did you first become aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed?
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized that.
Okay. I'm going to now ask, Michelle, can you bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2? And this has also already been admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the paper version, if you will, of the Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to the second page, this one has a title, A Transformative Moment for Women. What, if any, role did you play in that title?
She was the Russian spy's
I
dream.
didn't.
Okay.
None.
Now, do you recall seeing this version, the newspaper version, at the time?
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
I did. I had the
She
newspaper
had it framed, you guys.
framed.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you to turn to, and Michelle, can we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3? And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 3 in evidence. You can
If we can
publish.
publish it to the jury. Thank you. Now, is it fair to say this is a tweet?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury what a tweet is for those who are not as social media oriented?
A tweet is a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
Okay. Now, did you send this tweet?
I think so. I must have.
Okay. And what, if any, control did you have over whether the title given to the op-ed online was included in the tweet?
you don't have control when you're retweeting something. It's my experience that you don't control a title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize someone else's title.
Okay. And at the time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do not. I don't think I even realized it.
Have you ever typed the words from that title?
No, I have not.
Now, I'm going to ask you, let's go back to number 2, plaintiffs 2. And I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, in this op-ed was incorrect?
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically, and if we can blow this up just a touch, and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can, so we get to
Mandeep, I also want Johnny's courtroom
Then
art.
2 years ago, I
probably gonna
became
make
a
a
public
book.
figure representing domestic
Publish a
abuse,
book.
and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
I mean, I would like him to.
It's true.
What, if anything, did you do about speaking up about domestic abuse 2 years earlier?
Well, I went and got a restraining order against my then husband and walked out to a sea of media and endured, to that point, 2 years of vitriol from the media and from Johnny Depp supporters in retaliation for having done so.
And I guess you really answered my next question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to for that next?
Yes, because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. I obviously now, from where I sit today, know it gets a lot worse.
Okay. And then, Michelle, if we can move this up a little bit further. Well, actually, that's perfect, Michelle. Then I don't have to use my purple again. Then you said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Is this true or false?
True.
Okay, and explain to me what you meant by that and how that was true for you.
I got a restraining order. I had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures. I had proof, and yet everyone, the media, the studios that both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection,
they
Your
attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if anything, did you witness with respect to institutions?
Meaning the people that we work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis, death threats, and just the fact that wasn't, there was no parity. The studio and these decision makers and such were so ready to support him and eager to
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. So what, if any, ill will or bad intentions did you have or intend against Mr. Depp by assisting in writing, giving your name to this op-ed, and in publishing it?
None. It's not about Johnny. The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny. It's about me. It's about what happened to me after Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It's about me and my life and what I endured once I moved on and got a TRO and moved on with my life. It was about what happened to me after. The only one who made it about him, ironically, is Johnny.
Well, she's
I'm
angry
going
at him
to,
again.
we can take that down, Michelle. I'm going to turn to something about electronics and transparency. You have.
She literally spoke to
testified
him.
About, and we've seen photographs and audio
Johnny,
recordings.
she looked
and
right at him.
Text messages, emails, etc. What, if anything, have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things?
Objection, Your Honor.
A lawyer. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious is what her lawyer is trying to convey here. What expect? Supercalifragilistic. All right, Mary Poppins. Approach the bench, Mary. Open up your bag. What you got in the bag, Mary? Yeah, Barbara, her eyes show the hate
I'm
and
going
the
to
anger.
turn to your counterclaim.
Not
You
because
have
she
made
was
a
allegedly
counterclaim
abused,
against
allegedly,
Mr. Depp
but
in this
because
case,
she's angry
correct?
for the money
That's correct.
that he's
and
making
it's
her
based
lose.
on
That's
three
my opinion
statements
only.
that Mr. Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you can pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245. But, Your Honor, I'm going to ask, do we have the...
It's already in evidence.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay,
just
sure.
real quickly, because I think we can move this along faster if we do this.
What you do? What
ahead
you
of time.
doing? Ta. Come on, Baby Yoda, say cha. That's Baby Yoda's opinion. That's Baby Yoda's opinion on the trial. He's like, cha. Look at them. Look at them, Grogu. Yeah, use your force, Grogu. Get the get the lawyers. Elevate them, Grogu. Lift them up. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Nothing? He's like, the dark force is too strong with these. With them there. Them there. Them there. Ta. Right? And he's like, I'm out of here, bitches. Baby Yoda is like, ta. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see this. Will she faint during cross-examination when she gets called out bad? Probably. Oh my God, that's going to be a show for the ages, honey. That's going to be her performance in cross-examination when she starts doing things. All sorts of things. Yeah, Baby Yoda is sleepy because he doesn't believe her. You know? Baby Yoda is like, I don't know, Maria. I mean, they should get to cross at a certain point. I mean, she already had, what is this, day 3 of her testimony, or is it day 4? I think it's day 3. And Elaine, her lawyer, her female lawyer, got a hairdo in the free week, didn't she? She got a little nip in the back. She got the hair shortened a little bit. She got a little trim in the back. Oh yes, Elaine, you coiffed. You got coiffed. Okay, here we go.
Okay, we're going to start by bringing up Defendant's 1245.
All right, and moving that into evidence, no objection, 1245 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is an article that was in the Daily Mail on 8 April 2020. You see that? And then, Michelle, if you can move that to the next page, and perfect. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is this a true or a false statement?
False.
And why is it false?
Well, you have to use what I've lived through and
I know, right? The
and
Daily
what I've
Mail.
survived, calling it
The
fake,
voice of credibility.
saying that I'm
Elegant
harming
and affluent credibility.
Johnny with this. I'm harming the public with this.
Allegedly.
This is what I've lived through, and to say that it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things. I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't
Yeah,
even
good point, Maria. Woman for the cross, so it doesn't look so aggressive.
about the sexual abuse within my marriage.
Yes,
I
I've been
hadn't-
angry Amber
I
coming
had been
through.
protective of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever. Adam Waldman was the one who put that out in the world. As remarkable as that is, I protected that. I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do
Somebody's
so
snoring, you guys.
with confidentiality and some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer, not only uses
Somebody's
that
snoring.
against me,
I hear snoring.
but says it's a hoax.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask if we can bring up, and it's going to be 1246A. And I think I'm moving this into
It's Baby Yoda.
evidence as well.
No objections to 1246A is in evidence. You can publish.
And this is an article
Debbie's like, it's
that
not
was
me.
published on the 28th of April, 2020.
I see what you did there, Debs.
And Michelle, if we can, thank you.
Sounds like a
This one
male
says,
snoring.
Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops. But the
No, the
first
jurors are
attempt
not
didn't
Mike.
do the trick.
I wouldn't think
He
so.
told dailymail.com. And let's keep going. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that?
Yes,
Is that true or false?
couldn't be more false.
And why is that?
Every part of it is false. I didn't call 911. I didn't call the police. I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny. I protected Johnny. I didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I didn't rough up the place. I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the second cops were coming. If I wanted to get something from him, if I wanted to hoax Johnny, why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police? Wouldn't I do more damage to the house and than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it online when there's no fact checking, there's no authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't fight this and use these sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine. to echo
Objection,
this
Your Honor.
abuse at me
Hearsay,
over and over.
speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Acknowledged.
All right, and so.
That was a bit
what
bitchy
in
of the
fact did you do that night?
Enough already. Stop it.
Cleaned up. I protected Johnny. I refused to cooperate with the police, like so many other people do. I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him. And did the opposite. And I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist.
Yeah, snapping. Good point.
I
Narcissists
called
switch
my
from pity
contract
to
attorney
anger when they're not getting
to
their
get
way.
me another lawyer who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny. Every bit
Yeah,
of
she
this
keeps saying, I protected Johnny.
was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had fought really hard to keep for nearly 5 years, which was that behind closed doors,
The secret? That you're a gold
things were
digger?
not what it looked like.
Okay.
Oof,
Michelle,
that was
can
bad.
you take this
Bad
one
acting.
down and go to defendants 1247, please? And Your Honor, I'll move the admission.
All right. I know there's no objection. 1247 in evidence.
Finley says she's trying to identify with
And Amber,
victims of
this is
abuse
another
like so
daily
many others
mail
do,
online,
says
and
Finley.
this is published on 24 June, updated on 25 June 2020.
Finley says repetition doesn't
And
make
then
it
if we
actually
can
true,
go
but repetition is a
further.
psychological
And
tool.
this one says,
Keep repeating it, you might
Depp's
start believing
attorney,
it.
Adam Waldman, said, "We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." Is this true or false?
False.
And why is it false?
Because unfortunately, all of this is real. And what I mentioned earlier about how preposterous it would have to be for this to be this elaborate hoax, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take, albeit online, where he could get away with it for some
Objection.
time.
Calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection.
And why is this so absurd?
Because Johnny and I lived this. We lived through this. I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it. But I survived it. And, I have mountains of evidence, mountains of proof, and yet it won't be good enough for people who are seeking to make money off of Johnny's success.
Objection.
Yeah, she
Your
doesn't
Honor.
come across
Calls
as
for
sympathetic.
speculation.
No, sustain the
That's
objection.
fine. Okay. So I'm going to
Michelle
take you
Jensen,
now
Johnny tried to
to
protect her
the
reputation.
damages that
He
you
had no
suffered as a
choice but to
result
come
of
forward.
these
She's
statements by
relentless,
Mr. Waldman
says
on
Michelle.
Mr. Depp's behalf. Please tell the jury how you were doing
Objection.
reputationally.
That's a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Move to strike.
Maria
Counsel's
says,
testimony.
let's not forget, she's the same person that told Johnny he was a baby because she hit him too hard. She was recording everything for so long, says Finley. Oh, yeah, she kept recording. That pink juice, though, girl. Snappin says, not elegant to show anger. Not elegant at all. No, not at all, you guys. Subscribe to Totally Dacob. I don't know what's the right side, what's the wrong side of the thing, but subscribe. We're trying to reach 1,000 subbies
From the
so
record,
that
we'll
we can get
disregard that question. All
monetized
right,
and
next question.
add more production value to the show.
What
Thank you
was
so
your
much for all of you who have
understanding
subscribed already.
on whose behalf Mr. Waldman was making those three statements?
Objection. Lack of foundation. Calls for speculation.
If you want to approach again, that's not what we just said here. I just want.
Lacks foundation, calls for speculation, hearsay allegation, flipping all across the nation. More rhymes, you guys. I'm not a rapper. And not smart to show anger either, says Trina. Mandeep says, Amba and lawyers try to fight not to have it televised. You get an obviously this
How were
horrible
you,
act-
please tell the jury, how
acting
were
has
you
to be
doing
hidden.
reputationally
Thank you, Mir, for subscribing.
before
Well,
these
thank
three
you.
statements were made, beginning
Keep subscribing, you guys.
April
Let's make a little
2020.
YouTube miracle
April 8 was
happen.
the first of them.
1,000 subscribers
Objection,
in
Your
one
Honor. I
live
object
stream.
on lack of foundation.
Let's make it happen.
She can talk about
I got
her
the bully in the
reputation.
fridge.
Overruled.
If we reach 1,000K, I'm guzzling.
It took hard work. It took a lot of hard work on my part, but I was able to work, get my life back on track. I was taking care of myself emotionally. My career, I was working really hard. I was able to star in.
So who is
a
he
major
having allegedly an
success.
affair with?
I
Her
worked on
or
a
the
TV
curly
series that I
one?
had been attached to for a very long time. I became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on, I was awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was waiting to start doing publicity for it to promote it. And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So things were, the
What beauty brand? Was it Chanel?
was positive.
So how did things change?
What beauty brand?
After
Jeffree Star
these statements
Cosmetics?
were made?
I remember
Actually, that would be
around the
fabulous,
time.
Two evil
Unfortunately, I
queens
lost my
meet
mother,
together for a
around-
new
on the
makeup
1st
palette.
of
I
April.
mean, all shade aside, you can
And
like her or not like
remember
her,
it
her
was,
lies or
when I
truths,
was
whatever.
grieving her that I got a call
But like two villains
I
joining
should be
forces,
expecting a script.
kind of cool.
for
Jeffree
my
Star and
role
Amanda
in Aquaman
Hurd.
2.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth.
Thank you, Anna Aguiar. It's L'Oreal.
So I was
Thank you.
waiting. I was waiting a schedule and a script for that. Feeling concerned that I wouldn't have enough time to grieve before having to get back into work. I had a press schedule to promote the TV series I was doing, and I was shooting things for this beauty brand. And then I remember at that time the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because
Findlay.
they were getting bombarded.
Objection, Your Honor, this is hearsay.
Oh my God, that would be hilarious. I should mute her and
All
start
right,
talking
so they
as
said
her.
no. I mean, they suspended what I had shot.
Objection, Your Honor.
That she can testify to that, Your Honor. She has to be able to testify.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you actively involved in campaigns for L'Oreal?
I don't really care for the
before
Marvel
these
movies
articles?
in general, so I
was.
just.
Were you actively
But they are a
involved
big deal.
in
There's a lot of money
campaigns with
involved, and
L'Oreal
Disney's
after these
involved.
articles?
So
No.
Were you with the stand? You were
Hey,
talking about the
Mariana Leal.
TV series. That was
OMG.
the stand, correct?
Yes, the TV series that I had already completed.
All right. And were you actively involved?
Yeah, she keeps
in
repeating her list of
publicity
two.
for the stand prior to these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively
Snap it.
involved
Why
in
did she
the
poop the
publicity
bed though?
after these
Like
articles?
that's not normal,
No,
right?
shoots were canceled. Things were
Okay.
canceled.
With respect to Aquaman 1.
That'd be
Aquaman
great.
2,
If I were
Aquaman
if I were
2.
Johnny's
You'd already
lawyer.
starred in Aquaman 1, right? Just so
And she's
we're-
like, yeah,
they
and
called
like
it
because
Aquaman
of
at that
Johnny, I
time, but
lost
now there's an Aquaman 2,
and
just
did I say I
right
lost
for- that's
Aquaman, and then I
correct.
lost this
So
L'Oreal
were
campaign, and I'll be like, yeah, but
actively
what about
scheduling,
pooping the bed?
Timing for filming and scripts for Aquaman 2 before these articles.
Yes, I was.
Were you actively scheduling after these articles?
No, the communications stopped at that point.
All right. I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1258? I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1258. It's dated September 21,
No, Julie,
2015.
her part apparently has been
Do
cut
you
down
recognize this
drastically,
document?
shorter.
Yes.
Okay.
But apparently
what is
she
it?
did not
It
lose
is
Aquaman.
the Justice League Aquaman contract.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1258.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, may we
Oh,
approach?
sure. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, they're approaching the bench. So you're saying it was Johnny's dog that pooped, but people are saying she pooped on the bed. All right, Debs. See you in a bit. Trina says, Julie, you are right. She did not lose Aquaman. They just tried to keep her from promoting. And her part was apparently cut shorter. So like she has less air time, less screen time in Aquaman. But I also, as I said before, I'm not a fan of Marvel movies anyway. I'm the John Waters fan. John Carpenter, Don Mancini. Can't wait to see the new Chucky TV show season 2 coming out this fall. I love the Halloween saga, Michael Myers, Crystal Lake, Friday the 13th. That's my jam. Nightmare on Elm Street. So, you know, and 80s horror in general, slashes, ab fab, stuff like that. Marvel comics, not my thing. And Night of the Comet, wonderful movie. I highly recommend it to everyone to watch. Night of the Comet, also a horror movie from the 80s, but it's a soft horror movie. And actually, the makeup artist that did Night of the Comet was going to be the famous makeup artist who did Freddy Krueger. And you already see how the zombies are molded by him, how the facial features of the zombies are already going in that Freddy Krueger-esque direction. You could see the signature of the artist already. Wonderful, wonderful artistry in that movie. Highly recommend Night of the Comet, horror movie from the 80s with a happy ending. By the way, it's a soft horror movie with a lot of 80s pop cultural references and music. And then you could watch Hitchcock. I recommend watching an actual Hitchcock movie, not the fake Hitchcock.
Amber, can you explain
like she's
to
portraying
me
here.
how the contract
The Hitchcock
structure was
blonde.
for Justice League and options?
Kim
Just
Novak.
explain to the jury, please.
It's
Or Tippi
structured
Hedren
like
in The
a
Birds.
3-picture option.
Or Kim Novak in Vertigo.
I signed on
That's
to
kind of what she's going
do
for here.
Justice League, where my character was introduced. The
Allegedly.
fee is, you know, small relative to what it will become if and when you do the other options or movies in that under that umbrella. So it was the contract for Justice League, which could then become Justice League 2, or it could be Aquaman, or it could be some other movie within the DC universe. And the second picture ended up being Aquaman. And then the third picture, Aquaman 2. Each time the fee goes up, but...
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled, Ella.
As far as the contract is concerned, that's what the contract says.
All right. And if we go to page 6, so what was your fee going to be for Aquaman?
Ooh.
And what was it for Aquaman?
$1 million.
Okay. And
Only?
then was there also box office bonuses, opportunities?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, there are box office bonuses. If it makes a certain amount in the box office, you get a bonus.
Okay. And it says picture number 2. At the time you entered into the contract and with on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract...
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay.
Yeah, Julie,
So
I
ultimately,
agree.
what was
She's trying to
picture
make
number
it
2?
seem like
Aquaman.
the DC movie is
All right.
as big
then,
and as important
what
as
was it for picture number 3?
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Aquaman 2.
Okay. And what was the fee under the option agreement at that time?
$2 million.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury what was involved with L'Oreal? You talked about being involved in campaigns and then not. Just explain that to them if you can.
As a spokesperson, I'm just involved with the brand as a representative, and a certain amount of commitment you have to do throughout the year on
point, Jack.
social media and on red carpets promoting various products or causes they're advancing. Generally, it's just like a brand ambassadorship.
Okay. And did you, let's pull up 1262. And this is dated as of April 25, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Was that your first contract with L'Oreal?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was that for a term, a specific term?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was it for 2 years?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that sounds right.
All right. And then I'm going to ask you to turn to 1264. And that's April 20, 2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do with regard to extending your contract then?
They extended it. They chose to extend it with the option to kind of.
All right, and did they extend it just an additional 3 months? If you look at paragraph 1.
Let's see. Yes, they did.
Okay, and what, if any, work did you do for L'Oreal after these 3 statements were made?
I have only been able to participate in, I believe, 1 live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. Now let's go to 1265.
Thanks, Jack. Subscribe, you guys. Let's reach
And
1,000K.
this is, as
And
of
then I open
November
a
15,
bottle of
2021,
champagne.
this is another extension with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option term under paragraph 1, it's an extension of 20 months, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and what, if any, work have you been able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
As I stated, I believe I've only done 1 in-person event with them and they couldn't use the material.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the stand for a minute. Let's pull up 1263. And this is dated July 3, 2019. And I believe you indicated
the pizza
that
and
you had
Bob's
already
Beauty.
filmed it by the time these statements were made in April and June of 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what, if any, marketing opportunities were you participating in prior to those articles?
We had appearances, talk show, press, the normal kind of group cast press junket, promotional material, photo shoot, and I had various publicity engagements lined up, like a magazine cover, that sort of thing, to promote the film. To promote the series.
And what, if anything, were you able to do with marketing opportunities after the 3 articles were published?
None.
What, if any, covers were you on after that for the stand?
They pulled the offer for that, so none.
Okay. And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page, how much were you paid for the stand? It's at 6C. $200,000.
$200,000 an episode.
Okay. Now let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1266.
200,000 an episode.
Have you been able to get any work
Yeah,
since
snapping.
that
Mini
time?
me, Dr. Evil looking
I
suit,
have
pinky
done
up.
1 small independent film.
Okay, and tell the jury what that is.
I shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent, meaning it doesn't have distribution or, it doesn't have distribution or anything. It's a lower budget film that I had been attached to for many years called Into the Fire.
Okay. And 1266 has as of January 13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, when did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
March. I believe it was March of this year.
Okay. And do you
She
recall
forgot
what
that
your
it was literally like a month and a
compensation was
half
for
ago.
that?
Okay, girl.
I don't off the top of my head, I'm
If you
sorry.
can look at ALH 17628, it's paragraph 6A.
65,000.
Okay. And have you participated in Aquaman 2?
I have.
And tell us about that.
I had to fight I fought really hard to stay in the movie. They didn't want to include me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Were you ultimately able to get to film in Aquaman 2?
very pared down version of that role, yes.
Interesting point.
Okay.
Snapping.
What, if
The
anything,
bruise kit she
changed in
brought
the
up is a
script?
stage makeup kit.
They took away
to fake
a
a
lot
bruise.
of...
She
Objection,
messed
Your
up
Honor.
big
Hearsay.
time
I think she
mentioning
could lack a
that.
foundation.
Overruled. That's the
snapping.
script.
Go ahead.
I was given a script and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that had action in it, that depicted my character and another character, without giving any spoilers away. You know, they're two characters fighting with one another, and they basically took a bunch out of my role. They didn't. Yeah, they just removed a bunch out.
And what, if any, leverage did you have to negotiate a higher salary beyond the $2 million?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you
What,
for
if
being
any,
with us,
effort
Trina.
did you make
Have a great day at work.
to negotiate a higher salary for your participation?
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
And why not?
Objection, this calls for hearsay and speculation.
Do you know why?
It's still the same objections, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah, the makeup kit wasn't available until later. Yep.
All right. Amber, I'm going to ask you to describe
lawyer's like, I give
to
up.
this jury the emotional impact on you of these three statements that we have talked about, these three counterclaim statements. Please describe how this has impacted you.
Oh boy, here goes the tears. And cry.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to reverberate, re-echo, and re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not responsive, lack of foundation, and hearsay.
She gets to give her consent for it.
Well, her emotional, the question was, what your emotional impact of these statements?
Okay.
The impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day. I am set back. I have to relive it. I have to
Tears.
to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived at times, embarrassing, intimate details that I never wanted to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those claims. Over and over again, the most intimate, embarrassing, deeply humiliating and personal things that I've survived are used against me every day.
Take the whole roll. Here you go.
Over and over again. It's torture.
Take it all. Take it all. Just take it.
I just wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life. And he won't let me. By making statements like this, he won't let me. I have to be here today. I have to be reliving it every single time.
Hey, T-Pal.
He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again, makes me have to speak to the most horrifying things I have lived through. It's torture. It's torturous.
This thing she
Why'd you have
does.
to do that? I want to move on with my life.
This is bad. Somebody
I have a
should have
baby.
told her.
I want to move on. I want to move on. I want Johnny to move on too.
It's,
I want him to leave me alone.
leave me alone. So,
Thank you.
guys,
I
try
have
it
no
at
further
home.
questions.
All right.
When you do, when you pull your lips down like that,
recess based
it
on that.
conditions
So
your
go ahead
entire
and, do not discuss
facial.
the case and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Okay, thank you.
When you do this,
Please, court is
okay,
still in
15
session.
minutes
I need
recess.
to be
Now
quiet in
let's
the
drop
gallery.
some
Thank you.
shade. I've been trying to do this, you guys. Oh my God, cross is after? Yes, I'm living ferret. Can't wait for the cross-examination. Okay, so this. When you do this with your face, it puts you in a weird state of mind. It
Well, we
kind
just
of
make it
blocks
325
endorphins
then?
and
We'll come
stuff.
back at
It's really
325?
bad for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Look at Elaine. Okay. She has high heels in court. Leave me alone. And so wait, who's Johnny allegedly boning? The curly lawyer or the flat-haired lawyer? Maria says, did you hear how she sounded crazy towards the end? Towards the end is an understatement. She actually said, leave me alone. Come on. Yeah, Finley, she did. Is the trial eligible for the, what's the raisies? Raisies? The curly one. Oh, I mean, I like the curly one too. I don't think he is though. And allegedly she has a boyfriend in England. So poor boyfriend, if she kind of says, honey, listen, I got an opportunity to bone Johnny, so is what it is. See you later, boyfriend. He won't leave me alone, but she'd chase him to continue arguments and he would lock himself in bathrooms. Yeah, catface, right? He is boning, objection here, says this Julie. Oh my god. He's banging me, says Audrey. And not anymore hearsay. This is all wish say. Curly one keeps touching him. She does indeed. That Amber's PR team making things up, lol, says Maria. Finley says, hey, Yopping, I'm signing your books now. Unboxed Beauty says, I still can't get over the unblended contour. Sorry, can't take her seriously, lol. Well, I mean, she added that kind of highlighter at the top, which is bizarre. She is something, says Gloria. Okay, the PR machine is on both sides. Yes, Gloria, PR machine is definitely on both sides. Also, how did he cover her bruises if she won't even know how to blend? Good point. You need a glam team to do it. You need a glam team to create fake bruises, and you need a glam team to cover up real bruises. Or to delete the fake bruises, to kind of clean them up and then do other makeup for you as well. Oh, that was horrible and not authentic at all, says Amanda. Which is equally not blended, says Unboxed. Cute little angel 786. Hey, sweetie, where are her tears? She's all dried up, honey. She has no more tears to cry. Julie says, yet she claims she was able to hide bruises. Sucks at normal contouring. Cha. The shade of it all. So, are we going into cross after the 15-minute break? I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be a pip. How willing will she be to actually answer Johnny Depp's lawyers without, no, let me rephrase this. How will her voice change? How will her attitude change? How will her demeanor change? How will her body language change when they start cross-examining her? Because she's not going to feel comfortable anymore. She doesn't have the protection of her lawyer. As long as her own lawyer is questioning her, that's one thing. But when you start cross-examination, there's a different type of, I guess you got to be more focused, because they're going to try to trick you or to make you say stuff and push you in a corner, and you got to really be extra focused and keep deflecting and not forgetting what you said 20 minutes prior, because they might re-ask the question. You can't change your answer so they can catch you in a lie. And then, that's going to go on for who knows how long. And then we're going to have redirect. And then with redirect, they're going to try to mend all the wounds and damage that cross-interrogation and cross-examination did. I think seriously, you guys, it all depends if all or any of the jury, despite the fact that they're not supposed to look into social media when they go home, it all depends how much the jury actually looked into this case on social media or not. Because if they looked at this case on social media, then Amber Heard doesn't stand a chance, because social media is on Johnny's side. Like, that's obvious. I mean, that's a no-brainer. If the jury is honest enough and did not interact with social media, then they will literally only have at their disposal the evidence that they're given and whatever they feel towards both Amber and or Johnny, and then they're going to go by their gut feeling, in addition to the evidence that they were supplied. Now, interesting thing about the judicial system in this case, there are some cases in which the judge makes a final verdict or decides whether or not a person is guilty or not. This is not the case here. In this case, there is a jury that decides. Now, to me, the system is kind of flawed in many ways because, well, in one way, you have all these lawyers trying to play these games about the legalities of everything. Like, what can be admitted in evidence? What cannot be admitted in evidence? What is hearsay? What is cause for speculation? What is lack of foundation? What is foundation? All of these things to battle what or what not to put into evidence and what is allowed to be said or not. But then ultimately, the jury, they're not lawyers. They did not study law. Well, or maybe some have, but I don't think so. And they're not going to be sitting there deciding whether or not you're guilty or innocent according to law books. They're not. They're going to sit there and decide whether or not you're innocent or guilty according to their feeling towards you. Because that's how human beings judge. They judge by emotions. The court of law tries to change that and kill off emotions and just tries to keep everything on a factual basis. But that system is flawed because human beings are highly emotional creatures. So you can't detach emotions from human beings. And in fact, the proof is in the pudding, because the lawyers themselves, while they try to use the legal lingo, and while they try to use the law books to be allowed to enter certain evidence into evidence or not, at the same time, it's those same lawyers, when they look at the jury and they deliver their final statements or their opening speeches, they talk about emotions. They tell you the evidence you are about to see will prove without a shadow of a doubt that this person is innocent or guilty, blah, blah, blah. But then they always, even the lawyers at the end of the day, appeal to the emotional state of the jury, which basically makes the entire judicial system collapse. Because what good does it do you to have all the law books and all the previous cases and all the lingo if you got a bunch of Oompa Loompas in the jury deciding your fate and they have no freaking clue? They might not even have a freaking clue what the lingo, what certain lingo of the judicial system is. So you're building up a system that judges you according to a strict selection of rules, which are laws, which are built up. And in fact, often we hear in law, it's not about moral. What is moral? In our society today, killing a person is amoral. And the fact that you lack morality by killing a person coincides, coincidentally, with the fact that killing a person is illegal. We're not talking self-defense, premeditated murder. Premeditated murder is not moral in our society today. That might change, right? And it is also illegal, premeditated murder. However, these laws change. I mean, if you're in war, some of these laws fall because you're allowed to, in war, kill the enemy, which is another fellow human being. Is that morally just? Not in my book, but in war times it is. So also we could, talk about speculation here as well, like movies like The Purge, where the filmmakers hypothesize a future civilization, society where one night or 2 nights a year, whatever, you're allowed to just vandalize and kill whoever you want in The Purge. Which is similar to what we had in the Roman Empire, and I mention this a lot on my channels, which is the Colosseum and the gladiators, the so-called panem et circenses, which means bread and circus. You're delivering to the plebs, the plebeians, blood. The gladiators is unlike, in the movies, they literally were killing each other. And the poor folk would go on the weekends to watch this just to satiate their thirst for blood, because they were unhappy at work, because they always work under really hardcore circumstances with, very little protection for their own rights. So it's kind of like that frustration. You let it out on the weekend while you watch the gladiators kill each other or animals tear them to bits, and that was morally acceptable. Today in our society it's not, but as you can see, it was once, it can be again, and morals keep evolving and changing. Not for nothing, now in America we're in the middle of this battle of whether or not abortion should be legal or not. All this talk about state and church should be separate, and yet I ask myself, why are presidents even allowed to talk about it? Happy Easter to everyone. Not everybody believes in that. The judges on the court, highly Christian, making their choices according to their Christian belief, religious belief, but also political, even though they're not supposed to be political. So you see, and these are Supreme Court justices. Supreme Court, you would think, has to do with law and law alone. No emotions, no church belief, and yet it all boils down to emotions at the end of the day. You can make it sound super fancy. You can hire, like Johnny hired that lawyer for $900+ an hour, and they can be super famous and popular, and they can know the law books in and out. But at the end of the day, what you are judged by is other people's emotions, what they feel about you. That can make it or break it when it comes to any sort of justice or lack thereof, when it comes to any sort of judgment, whether it be judgment in a courtroom, whether it be judgment by some of these producers, film industry, whether or not Walt Disney wants to hire Johnny Depp or not for an next Pirates of the Caribbean, whether or not Disney, again, Marvel, it's also Disney, whether or not Disney wants to hire Amber Heard or not in Aquaman 55 one day. It all boils down to emotions, because also what Hollywood does, they also go by emotions. They also ask themselves, well, hold on, are the people that are going to come to watch these movies in which we're thinking of hiring Johnny Depp or Amber Heard, is our potential public that's paying tickets to see these movies, are they going to be angry? You see, emotions. Are they going to be angry at these actors? Are they going to want to spend money to see these actors? If it's a liability, if there is a potential for the studios thinking that the audience is not going to want to pay the ticket to see the movie if Johnny Depp is in the movie, then they're not going to hire Johnny Depp. It's as easy as that. And it's all emotional. There's no logic to it, you guys. So another very important point is when it comes to human emotions, in many cases, who wins is who can manipulate human emotions the most. If you're good at manipulating human emotions, you can rule the world. You can rule the world. And again, going on a limb here, but, certain politicians, that's exactly what they do to get voted. to get voted in. They push buttons, emotional buttons. They ignite fires, emotional fires. They make you feel things, and what they make you feel can be love or hate, both very powerful emotions. Some politicians used hate to win an election and managed to very, very shrewdly, for a certain period of time, manipulate the populace emotionally towards the hate. And now we're in this huge mess, in America at least. You do have politicians who also try to manipulate with love. Yes, you can also manipulate with love. Both love and hate, very powerful tools, and they are very emotional tools, highly volatile, unstable, like nitroglycerin. These emotions are like nitroglycerin. They can explode at any moment, and if you're not a master manipulator, they can also get out of hand. You might lose control over these tools. I call them weapons, quite frankly. And so what is happening in this court, and also what is happening in the court of public opinion, which is all of us on social media, is a very, very, very emotional deliberation, emotional judgment that we're all having. Bottom line, only Amber and Johnny know really what they had with each other. Only they can know how they loved or hated each other. It is now being brought to our attention, and now we, like we're being used to by media in general. Before social media existed, housewives would sit down and watch soap operas in the afternoon. Soap operas still exist, albeit not as popular as they used to be, because now we got reality TV shows. So to have a situation like this, which is like reality TV, it doesn't get more real than this. It appeals to our sense of emotional judgment, which we have deeply rooted inside of us. And we've already been educated by the media for decades to watch stuff like this and to have an opinion on stuff like this, whether it be a TV show, reality TV show, or in this case, public court hearing. It doesn't change much what is going on here to what happened in the trials in the Middle Ages and prior, when they had public beheadings, public burning at the stake, public noosing. All of that was done in public, not just to ignite fear among the populace to not do any criminal acts, but it was also done to satiate that need for blood that human beings have emotionally, especially the ones in the lower ranks that are being abused, that are being used by the system, by the richer system. So a lawsuit like this one that is publicly broadcast is a public trial. It is a public beheading, but it's a modern day public beheading, because the modern public beheading is not a physical, not in first world countries. The public beheading is not a literal head down, chop the head off. It is an emotional beheading, because people start trolling the weaker of the two, or the one that they think is lying. And you can only just think that they're lying by how they behave in court, by how they behave while they're being interrogated, by how they behave while they testify. Emotionally, what Amber Heard is telling me, it doesn't mesh with me, so I think she's lying. It's something you feel. So your emotions are dictating what your judgment is going to be. It's very, very tricky, highly volatile. Highly volatile. It's nitroglycerin. And this is a public trial. This is a public beheading in 2022 on social media level. You best believe it is. All the millions of TikTok memes and Insta stories and reels and shorts that are coming out of this, they are beheading her. She's losing. She's being literally beheaded. Now, whether or not she lied or didn't lie, whether or not she manipulated or didn't manipulate, at a certain point, it really becomes irrelevant. At a certain point, the mob out there, which is all of social media, all the keyboard warriors sitting at home thinking they can drop the better meme, they can drop the better joke than the next one. that is terrible. And as potentially crazy. Wait, where's my hand? As oh my god, why can't I do this? Okay, wait, hold on. Everything is mirror. As potentially cuckoo as she might be, and as potentially lying as she might be, she doesn't deserve the whole world shitting on her like they are. Because emotionally, I think it's gotten out of hand to a point where I fear for her safety. I really do. I'm the person who does not believe in killing people. I do not believe in the death sentence. Somebody kills somebody, so, well, you're going to kill them back, and then there's justice. Where's the justice? If you killed my brother, that pain is never going to go away just because the jury decides that you should get killed because you killed my brother. I'm not going to feel better about it. And there's going to be two deaths in my memory. The death of my brother because you killed him, and then the death of the state killing you in return. That's no solution. That might be somebody's preference. Again, it's all emotional, not my preference. So I do believe, yes, Capricorn, we're living in a dystopian reality. And that's why I'm saying, okay, so maybe Amber Heard really messed up and tried to manipulate too much, and Johnny's richer than her. He's not retaliating. Oh, look at them all. All the people that didn't shower for 24 hours to be sitting in this courtroom. Ooh, the smell of it all, right? Standing in line for 24 hours to go into the court. Look at them. Look at them. Interesting. I love seeing the look at the mob. So interesting to see also, it's mostly white people, huh? Fascinating. Mostly women? It's kind of mixed, men and women. Middle-aged mostly. Interesting. So I'm saying this is not a healthy system. I mean, this is not a healthy way of interrogation. I think all this trial does to me, it shows how flawed the judicial system is. Bottom line. It doesn't show me, oh, how Amber Heard lied. Oh, she has to be punished. It doesn't show me, oh, Johnny Depp lied, he has to be punished. It doesn't show me any of that. What it shows me is how flawed the system is, how much money the lawyers make, how much money is burned for this, and what a spectacle it is at the bottom line. And I'm telling you, all the shit that's going, why can't I, this is insane. Okay, there. All the shit that she has to go through and the subsequent shit she's going to have to deal with after this trial is over, with the whole world hating her, I wouldn't be surprised if she tried to hurt herself. I hope she doesn't, but I wouldn't be surprised, because this is something you don't want yourself to go through. You don't want anybody to have to go through this. Just saying. Hey, just yapping. Happy go back to work moment. Dacob, what are your thoughts on civil trials being televised, as that is something that doesn't happen in the UK? Of course, it's juicy for us because for us it's entertainment, but this is about their lives. So, I'm not all for it. But in this case, because Johnny seems to not be able to have his voice in the matter, as per how the trial went down in Great Britain, I think in this case it was necessary that he could at least say, hey, it's harder for men to prove that they have been domestically abused. So let me see behind her who's sitting. So it's more, in this case, I guess he really, really wanted to prove to the world that he deserves to get his well-paid jobs. And he wanted it televised because he probably thought, well, we tried without it being televised. It didn't work. let's do this version now. And he paid other millions and millions to get this thing on the road, this show, literally on the road. And it is on the road now. And I'm like, at a certain point, yeah, okay, we get it. She maybe, be at flaw here. Okay, wrap this shit up. And most importantly, don't allow all the freaking mob out there to come after her. Her life is in danger. I really believe so. I really believe so, because it's going out of hand. It's getting out of hand from day to day. The memes get meaner and meaner, and the meaner the memes get, the more desensitized we become towards her, and the more desensitized we become towards Amber Heard, and the less we see her as human, and the less we see her as human, and the more prone we are going to be to do something harmful to her, because we just won't have any moral feelings towards her. We won't see her as human. And this is very dangerous. We as a society should never allow any sort of interaction like this that pushes almost total desensitization of humanity towards a human being. This is something the Nazis tried in the Second World War, and they managed very well. Do you want that to happen again? Because this is exactly what's happening in small, but it's televised worldwide. So it's happening in small because it's happening to one person, but the whole world is watching, and we're all being trained as we watch to desensitize ourselves towards this human being. And that's very dangerous, and I don't like what I'm seeing. That smacks of desperation, says Blonde and Chat. Jack says it's Virginia. Capricorn, the masks are to protect from the stench then. Oh, because you don't have to wear masks in Virginia. They look battered, look staged. Poor white battered women, says T-Pal. Frenico SHU, I completely agree with you. The law is just interpretation of it. Jack Dean says, could you say then that this trial is our modernized version of a gladiator battle? And no, this is a modernized version of a public beheading, is what this is. Maria says, if you believe Amber's testimony, the police lied, the nurse lied, the doctors lied, the people working at the house lied, the people from the island house lied, Alejandro from the building lied. This is not about believing or not believing Amber's testimony, Maria. I'm talking about a bigger picture here. This opens up a precedent to desensitizing us and allowing us, we take ourselves the right to make fun of her, to make the memes, to be mean to her. We kind of laugh with each other as we bully her. This is not cool. It just isn't. No matter how mean she might be, this is not cool. I'm certain at the end of the trial, Johnny will make a statement similar to this, says Jack. If he's clever, he will. T-Pal says, nobody wins in domestic abuse. Gloria says, great analogy, Jack. Which one? Capricorn says, at this point, she is a cartoon. Right. They have taken her humanity out of her. She is a cartoon. And people think she has no feelings. You can't hurt her feelings because she's not human. So people think that they have the right to be mean and trolls. And that is not cool. She abused him. It should be televised. Men are targets too. Yes, Tina, men are targets too. Allegedly, they both abused each other, says Barbara. Capricorn says, how much longer does the trial has left to go? 2 weeks left, I think, if I'm not wrong. And Blonde and Chatty says to Jack, fair point. But to be fair, isn't that set up like reality TV, like Judge Judy or Jeremy Kyle? We don't see real civil cases like Colleen Rooney and Rebecca Vardy, the McCartney case. Fernando says, I mean, there is a huge probability that Amber's career is over. Jack says, the same sentiment. Johnny shouldn't have been demonized when public opinion was in Amber's favor. Maria says, yeah, I understand and I agree. I sent the message late. Sorry, LOL. Okay. Thanks, Maria. Yeah, and Jack said the same sentiment. Johnny shouldn't have been demonized when public opinion was in Amber's favor. Yes, I agree. I agree. I agree. You can't. What do they say? What applies to the chicken can't apply to the egg. Like it has to apply to both, or whatever the say is. Of course, it has to apply in both cases. And but this time it's being televised, and this time it it's viral. You know, this time it went viral. Back in the day, what went viral was the Me Too movement. So the second a famous person from Hollywood, male, was mentioned as abuser, everybody jumped on them. It was again another witch hunt. That in many cases, the right people were targeted, but we don't know if all of the people targeted were actually abusers. Of course, we know Harvey Weinstein was or slash still is. We don't know, but if he still is at this point. But once you've been, you always are. I mean, I don't know what sort of redeeming qualities he has, but that's a whole other can of worms. What I'm saying is, so it was also, the masses were also manipulated back then with the Me Too movement of just being ready to lynch. The lynch mob was ready to lynch any male Hollywood persona that had a finger pointed at them as hashtag Me Too movement. So in a way, you can also say it was easier to attack Johnny Depp back then. It's less easy now because now that movement has waned down. People are starting to realize also the manipulation that is behind a lot of movements like this, because obviously you can start using something like this to gain whatever things for your personal gain you want to gain. And this is the conversation to be had here. Like, the question right now is, did Amber Heard, did she use the Me Too movement? And this is what a lot of people are alleging. Did she use the Me Too movement just to grow in her career, to further her career? And this is what a lot of people are saying. She's doing the women that are really survivors of this abuse, she's doing them dirty, because if she is lying about this, and she's making a huge spectacle out of all of this, and she's wasting everybody's time and money, if this is true that she is lying about all of this, then she definitely is ruining the future testimonies of women who actually really went through this sort of abuse. Because she will be used as a precedent. I remember back in 2022 when Amber Heard lied about it all. I bet this other woman is lying too. Look, she's behaving similar. So, yes, this is a really, really tricky moment here, because if she loses, and if she is proven to have lied about all of this, this sets a precedent, and a lot of other women in the future are going to have it harder to prove domestic abuse and domestic violence because of one woman that maybe lied or not. Very, very tricky, you guys. There's more at stake in this trial than meets the eye. This is not just about which one of the two. They're both millionaires, you guys. We have nothing to do with these people. They're millionaires. Okay? Their lifestyles and how they perceive money and what is poverty to them is light years away from our understanding of what poverty is or what comfort means. So for them, this is on another level. It's another world. Okay, we're just kind of watching it as if we're watching an alien scenario play out, but there's something deeper at stake here, and that is also common normal people in the future alleging domestic abuse and violence, and then having this thing as a precedent. Not good. Not good. You know? Yeah, I understand and agree. Right. Okay. So they all jumped on it. T-Pal says, I have been with hubby for 27 years. I was mean to him in the beginning, but found out it was a hormonal imbalance and alcoholism. I'm surprised he still loves me after the hell I put him through. Well, I'm glad you got better, T-Pal. Amandeep says, Johnny wanted it televised to show everyone the real Amber. He was pushed to make the world see what he has been dealing with. I'm sure he did not want this out there as he is a private person. Blonde and Chatty says to T-Pal, that's lovely, but he must have realized you weren't being yourself, and the fact you have reflected on that shows your character and also growth. Amandeep says, Dacob, you're right. It happens in India a lot due to rape cases that happen often. Some women use it to take advantage and accuse innocent men to extort money and power. Maria says, I definitely think it's super hard for Johnny for this to be televised because he's admitting to all the drugs, all the alcohol. His kids have to see all those pictures and audios. And I'm telling you, I also tend to be on his side in this case. But just because I'm on his side doesn't mean I'm going to be sitting here after every day of trial thinking about how funny and mean can I film a TikTok video to make fun of Amber Heard, to gain more viewers and followers for myself. I'm not going to do that. A lot of people do that though. So where's the moral? A lot of people do that. A lot of people are filming the meanest stuff and showing it on social media, and that's also not okay. That's also not okay. Maria says, I definitely think it's super hard for Johnny to have this televised. Right. Barbara says, I agree, Maria. Yeah, for John, that it's hard for Johnny to have this televised. Now, I know what I'm saying is a little bit like, oh my gosh, don't be like a party pooper. It needs to be said, you guys. I mean, we can have our fun and analyze what they're saying in the courtroom, how things are acted out or how things are feeling to us as if they're emotionally honest. That's all fine and good because we're analyzing what is actually really happening. But then after the cameras stop rolling, to go and film everything and make meme videos about it, make TikTok videos about it, trolling her. Why? Because people's egos are involved. It's because people want, they want to be like, oh, look, I'm cool. I'm in on the joke. Well, this is not a joke. Hate to break it to you, boo-boo. This is not a joke. This is very serious. So Michael G says, Amber is strong. I've dealt with manipulators before. They can shut off even to themselves. She can handle the hate, in my opinion. Don't overestimate people. I mean, I don't know. It all depends how her psychology is. I mean, if for her, the most important thing in her life is to have attention directed at her, then she's having the time of her life now. Then this is food for her soul. Okay. If, on the other hand, she wants people to love her, then she's going through hell right now because she knows that people hate her. She knows every day she goes out of the courtroom, they boo her. She knows the world hates her right now. So it all depends like what her mental structure is. And don't underestimate what other people think. What other crazy lunatic is out there thinking, well, she's completely not human anymore, so I'm going to go and kill her, somebody might think. And might try to do so. So just because she can handle mean words doesn't mean that she can handle somebody attacking her physically. You know what I mean, you guys? So anyway, just saying. Here comes the jury. And I'm by no means saying that I'm on her side. I'm just trying to analyze this situation as an entire picture, and I'm just trying to see the bigger picture here. I'm trying to extract myself just from he said, she said,
All right.
and I tried to see, well, what's the future after this? How does the future look like after this? And she has a baby, says Maria, right? Yeah. I got stuck in a storm of YouTube shorts last night, and half of them were about Amber and Johnny. Got to the point where I scrolled past them. You see?
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
This is real life, rich or poor. The qualities of Johnny Depp's case is far too honest.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
I agree with you, Tina. On an emotional level, I agree with you.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
It's crossed now.
I do.
Oh.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229. For the record, it's at 1101 through 1209. I'm going to ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 1229?
Yes.
All right, 1229, you want to enter it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1229 entered in its entirety. Go ahead and play your section.
I don't understand. Is this what you want?
No. Oh, no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we just
I just wanted to touch you.
Really? After all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to give you a hug.
After all this shit you fucking accused me of? You want to touch me?
Please stop me. Please stop. Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I didn't want to take it back.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough. No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm. Calm.
Well, you're not my friend.
Your head's my heart. Please just calm.
No, you're in fucking heart. No, we'll never see each other again. You won't don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
Hi, Sylvie BT.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
Yeah. And he tells you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Ms. Hurd?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you in direct
can't
is
different
why are
from
you
he
here?
won't.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Why can't he?
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Right, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the
She's
man
laughing.
you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Hurd?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
Oh, this lawyer.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he was a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
No, ma'am.
And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
Let's look at some of that. Mr. Depp wears rings on every finger, doesn't he, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience, yes.
And they're not delicate rings, are they?
No, they are not.
Every one of his fingers is adorned, your words, big, chunky rings. Isn't that right?
That's my experience of him.
If he hit her with those
Mr. Depp
rings,
is always wearing rings.
he would have
right, Ms.
broken
Heard?
her bones. That's where she's
my
going.
experience of him.
And you've never known him not to wear these rings.
That's my experience, as he normally wore rings, yes.
So
Come on,
Mr.
Amber.
Depp
It's such an easy
is
trap.
wearing these big, chunky rings on every finger. Every incident of abuse you've described to this jury, right?
I
the
can't say
point.
for certain it was in every single incident.
But you've never known him not to wear rings, right?
In general, my experience.
And now she
with
figured it
John is
out.
that he wears rings almost all the time.
Now she's changing. She's like, almost all the time. Not always.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony in a deposition in this matter in January of this year?
I do.
Can we please play from your deposition, day 2, 512, page 512, lines
I got a
11
ring
through
for
15?
ya.
You said he hit you and he was wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Oops. Caught her in a lie.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
I'm sorry, just so I understand better, there were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty much
March of
always...
2013.
Right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times.
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
Despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
You testified to another incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
Yes, I remember that.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one. I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you?
I don't know if I took one or if it's included. I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident that your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that? right? You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
That picture doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013, yes.
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face, and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence
Punched
right
me
now.
in my face. Ow, the
It's
bruise
only
on my
picture
arm.
You've shown to this jury from March 2013.
But no bruise
correct?
in my face.
I believe so.
You testified about an incident in Russia on or about June 26, 2013. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that Mr. Depp, quote, whacked you in the face.
That's correct.
And you went to the bathroom after that, right?
I did.
And then, according to your testimony, when you came out of the bathroom, Jerry Judge, Mr. Depp's security guard, who's passed away, pointed out that your nose was bleeding, right?
He did that in the hallway.
And you said you hadn't known that your nose was bleeding until Jerry Judge pointed it out to you?
Yes, that's correct. I was unaware until he brought it up to me. I didn't see it when I was in the bathroom, but I wasn't looking.
So it's your testimony that you went into the bathroom and didn't look in the mirror, which I assume was in the bathroom, to notice that your nose was bleeding?
That's not why I went into the bathroom. I went into the bathroom crying. I don't even know if I paid attention to the mirror. I certainly didn't enough to notice any blood.
And you didn't take any pictures of your bloody nose either, did you?
I did not.
But pictures were taken of you in Russia, though. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had a press or a dinner.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1248.
I agree, Michael. The trial just started. I also feel that way.
Correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit.
All right, no objection. 1248 in evidence. You can publish.
And this is you and Mr. Depp in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, correct?
It was a dinner function, I believe, in promotion of the movie. Wasn't the premiere, if I recall.
You don't have any visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1249.
None that you can see. You get swollen, too. She was like super dry. Where's the swelling? You can cover up a color.
This is a picture of you, isn't it?
But not
right?
the swelling.
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 1249.
All right, 1249 in evidence.
Freshening up for the court, Your Honor.
This is also a picture from when you were in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, right?
That is correct.
And you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Even though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled?
He did.
While wearing chunky big rings, right?
That's correct.
She's coming for her. Yeah, T-Pal,
You also
perfect
testified that
face.
Mr. Depp, again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014, right?
That is correct.
You testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
That's correct.
You said your nose was, quote, swollen, discolored, red.
That is correct. I took a picture of that.
You testified you took a picture of your face after this.
I did.
But you didn't show that picture to the jury, did you?
I would like to.
Oh, show it.
But you didn't show it, did you?
That's not up to me.
You understand you were under an obligation to produce all photographs after any alleged incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
You didn't produce any photographs after the Met Gala.
I produced everything.
She produced it. So,
You also understand that you're under an obligation to produce all medical records reflecting any injuries you allegedly sustained from Mr. Depp, correct?
And that's correct.
And you
Thank
haven't
you,
produced
Sunset
any
and Light.
pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers, everything. I've turned over literally everything that I have.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose after the Met Gala?
Not after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention, no.
You also attended an event after the Met Gala in May of 2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you went to the All-Star Comedy Tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
That was the next night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken at this event.
Yes.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1252. This is a picture of you, Ms. Heard,
Yes, it is.
at that event,
Yes, it is.
the night after the Met Gala,
Yes, it is.
the night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose.
I'm not sure if it was broken, for the record, but
What?
you should see what it looked like underneath the makeup.
He
She
whacked
said
you
it
so
was,
hard
now
in
she
the
doesn't
face
know
that you
anymore.
thought you had broken your nose.
Exactly.
Right. Permission to admit this photograph.
All right, 1252 in evidence.
Cha. Look
This
at
is
the
a picture
blush
of
here
you,
and there.
Mr. Depp and Don Rickles, right?
That is correct.
She does not look swollen.
Let's
Sorry.
please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1253. This is another picture from that evening, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it is.
Permission to admit Exhibit 1253 and publish it.
All right, so moved. 1253 in evidence.
You want some too, honey? Oh, Amber.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp at the event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he had broken your nose.
He did whack me in the face, and I did think it broke my nose.
And this is you the night after.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Amber. Look, honey.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254. This is also a picture of you at the same event, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Let me take that blush
To
off a
admit
little, honey.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
All right, 1254 in evidence.
I
Published.
tried, you guys.
Thank you.
And just
She
to
won't
confirm
listen.
now that the jury can see it, this is a picture of you at the same event, the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he broke your nose.
This
Jenny.
is a picture of me after he did whack me in the face.
The night after, right?
Yes, it is. I believe it was the night after, yes.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
I'm wearing makeup.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Right. And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Swelling, I told
Makeup
you.
will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
You swelled
Ice will
off
cover
a
up
broken
swelling?
nose.
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might imagine, and for me, it wasn't that bad. I have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
A picture you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
So why don't they show the picture then?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, show the fucking picture. Sorry for the F-bomb. Like, what game are they playing? Oh my god, I have this little tiny hair up here. Like, what game are they playing? Like, oh, she's like, I have the photo. And the lawyer's like, well, you didn't show it to the jury. I would very much like to show it to the jury. And she's like, oh, would you though? Would you? Yeah. And now she's like, well, Your Honor, can we show the photo then? And now they're fighting whether or not they can show the. They're like, well, Amber wants to show the photo, so come on, Amber's lawyer Elaine, let her show the photo. I can't with these people anymore, you guys. Oh. Had one little short white hair poking right out there. It was so annoying. It was right there. But now we plucked it, you guys. Hey, Letty. Hello, sweetie darling. So glad to catch this live. And OMG, this woman. I know, right? Baby says, oh, Amber's anger showing here. I saw a little lip curl. Me too. Kurayota says, ha, Dacob, you with the makeup is a mood. I know, right? I'm telling ya. Subscribe to Totally Dacob, you guys. Let's try to reach the little YouTube miracle. 1,000 subscribers. If we can reach 1,000 subscribers in this live, I'm going to pop a bottle of champagne, you guys. We're going to get a little lolly bolly together. Come on, we can do this. We're already over 800 subscribers. We're really close to 1,000. And Mrs. Blue says, not defending her here, but I had my nose broken and had a black eye, but no swelling. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Blue, for letting us know. I mean, I'm sorry that happened to you, but good to know that it's actually possible to have it without swelling. Maria says, Amber, please stop drinking so much of that. You're going to have to pee, says Maria. Sunset and Moonlight, makeup can't justify everything. What is she thinking? Letty says, hello, sweetie darling. Hello, darling. Michael G says, Amber's lawyers are just bad. They did nothing for her. Julie Fitzgerald says her attitude is not that of a victim. Sylvia BT says, she just doesn't give up. Like Dr. Curry said, this is what poor Johnny was dealing with. T-Pal says, this is kind of triggering for me as my ex punched me in the face barehanded and left me with 2 black eyes, a very swollen nose, and a concussion, and I took pics. I was bruised for a month. I'm so sorry I had to go through that, T-Pal. I'm glad you're better now. Lily Bonfi says, cha. Espino says, obviously the photo doesn't support her claim, or it would already be in evidence. That's the whole point that they're trying to prove here, that she actually doesn't have those photos, or the photos are not evidence enough to actually portray whatever she claims to have had, whatever she claims Johnny had done to her. Blonde and Chatty says, T-Pal, sorry you had to go through listening to that. Sounds really upsetting. Just hope the result was what you hoped it would be. Yes, but no, says Dacob powdering. That's swelling away. Oh, honey. Yes, I am a little bloated. I didn't sleep enough yesterday. So when I don't sleep enough, I get a little puffy. So yes, I am trying to, I'm trying to powder the puffiness away. Plus I had a pizza, darling. So the puffiness is natural. Bosna Diva, thank you for subscribing, sweetie. Thank you. Oh, you got a little Silence of the Lambs moment with Hannibal Lecter. Thank you, sweetie. Yes, let's reach 1,000 subscribers. We're getting closer and closer. With every new subscriber, we get closer and closer to the bully. And, oh, I want to hear what Elaine is saying now, Amanda says. I would love to hear that too. Yay, let's get our dear Dacob. Reach that number. This channel is awesome. Thank you so much, Letty. Fanik says, a snappy gal. Blonde and Chatty says to T-Pal, we're all here for you. T-Pal says, it was 30 years ago. I was young and I fell and I left quickly. Good that you recognize, because a lot of people don't leave. Good that you recognize that it's a problem and that you actually had the strength to leave. Blonde and Chatty says to T-Pal, good for you. A lot don't manage to escape. Maria Barreau says she can't look at the lawyer. She keeps looking at the jury. She's so nervous, says Maria. Olival, hey Olival, how's it going, sweetie? Dacob finally found this channel. Yay. Olival, be sure to subscribe. Oh, I'm glad you found the channel. Let me just pour some more water for me. You know. And, okay, and it's starting again. Vili, thank you for subscribing. You got a Michael Myers and Laurie Strode.
In January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's Mordecai, the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way back, on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that they couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or misunderstood. It was on the way back from it. Was after I was concerned. After, concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay,
I assume you have it?
I do. Let's please pull up
Oh.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256.
Oh my gosh, she's like, I do, bitch. I have it.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
All right, 1256 in evidence.
Cha.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture.
No, not that I could see.
I'll show you one other photo. If we
There's
could
like
please
no
have
single
Plaintiff's
bruise on
Exhibit
any picture.
1257. This is a front angle picture of you and Mr. Depp at that premiere, correct?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257.
All right, 1257 in evidence.
RN, yes, sassy lawyer.
I'll show you one more picture. Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258. And again, Ms. Heard, this is you and Mr. Depp at the Mordecai premiere.
Yes, it is.
Move
She's
to
looking
admit
at the
that
evidence.
Plaintiff's Exhibit
Johnny's looking on his evidence
1258.
screen. I know he's
All right,
looking.
1258 in evidence. Publish.
And that's the backless dress, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
You also told this jury about an incident in Australia in March of 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
Good point, well
And
done,
you
Chatty.
testified
Why
that
would you
you
wear a
had a
backless
bruise
dress
across
if you've
your
been
jaw
punched in
from
the
when
back?
Mr.
Surely
Depp,
you'd
quote,
cover up.
clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
And you testified that you were also raped with a liquor bottle in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You testified you bled from your vagina as a result of that sexual assault.
Yes.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
Not for the cuts?
No,
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
You also told the jury about an incident on December 15, 2015, right?
Where? I'm sorry.
December 15th, 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You told this jury that after this incident, you had a broken nose.
It certainly felt like it.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony on day 16th in this trial? You were
Yes, I
under
do.
oath, right?
Yes.
We can have a transcript for the jury, or excuse me, for the witness.
This kind of abuse is more common than realized, says Sylvie BT. RN says, why would you cut someone's feet? Johnny
Okay.
doesn't seem like
All
a
right,
good guy. Asia
we'll
says
get it.
there is no bruises, nothing, and she claims being beaten up with him wearing rings. Can't see that being possible, says Asia A. T-Pal says if Johnny were an abuser and wore rings, he knows the rings would have marks, so he would choke her. She has never
will do.
been
Thank you,
choked,
Judy.
says T-Pal. Interesting point. Aisha says, oh, that's awful. Amandeep says, how can you not seek treatment from a bottle? Good point. Caboose juice, those winces. RN says, self-diagnosed broken
May I approach
nose.
the witness, Your Honor?
All right.
Olival
ma'am.
says
And
at
would you
Sylvie,
like
when
a
I
copy?
watch
Yes,
this, I
please.
wonder how many men suffer this. Amanda Bueller says, she even thought the bottle may have been broken. broken pieces of glass could be in her. That is too dangerous.
If I can please direct your attention, Ms. Hurd, to page of day 16, 4593 of the jury trials transcript.
Lanachati says, that's what I mentioned earlier, disgusting if true. I find it hard to believe a woman would lie about something so degrading. But she said the bottle thing didn't hurt,
Lines
which seems odd if
8
she
through
bled,
13.
says Blonde and Chadi.
On which page? I'm sorry.
4593.
Yes?
Starting on line 8. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly thought, excuse me, strike that, let's start over. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly that I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over the pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor, all over the place actually. So lines 9, that I had a broken nose. Do you recall giving that testimony, Ms. Hurd?
Yes, exactly.
So you had a broken nose, right?
That's absolutely what I thought.
You had 2 black eyes after this incident, right?
The light went on.
I did have 2 black eyes after that incident.
And you testified that you also had a busted lip from when Mr. Depp punched you.
That is correct. From December, yes, that's correct.
You testified that the lip wound kept reopening when you moved your mouth.
That's correct.
You also testified that you had bruising on your temple
That's correct.
and bruising on your chin.
Correct.
You also testified that your head was bleeding from where Mr. Depp ripped chunks of your hair out.
I remember, yes.
And that you had, quote, gross, pussy, and, quote, bruising around your temple.
In my scalp, yeah.
Now, for this incident, you did take pictures.
That's correct.
And we will look at some of those in a minute, but I first want to talk to you about your appearance on the James Corden show.
Sure. Can I close this?
Sure. You appeared on the James Corden show the day after this alleged incident, right?
I did.
And that was December 16th, 2015?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please pull up a clip of your appearance from that evening. If we could, Plaintiff's Exhibit 35. And for the record, we will only be playing a portion of this, so we will call it Plaintiff's Exhibit 35A.
All right, any objection? No. 35A in evidence.
Yeah, Mandeep, how can you not have proof of something? So how is this relevant?
That was you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Hurd?
That was.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
She didn't age well, did she? She's puffy and looks tired. You can see that this is stressing the hell out of her.
On December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Hurd?
They look like freeze frames, like screen grabs. Stills. They're not like it's not like a photo shoot, it doesn't seem.
But on the James Corden show, correct?
From that appearance, yes.
Move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Any objection? All right, and Ms. Bernhoff, you could move the microphone and turn it on for you, so Judy and I are having trouble hearing you.
Sorry about that.
All right, thank you. All right, 98 in evidence. Thank you.
That's a photo of you opening your mouth on the right, right?
That's correct.
Can't
And
get
again, a larger view of the same photo on the bottom
That's correct.
with
I
a
missed
split
it.
lip.
You've seen pictures of it without makeup. Yes.
So you had a split lip when you
I
were
sure
moving
did.
your
Hey,
mouth
madame.
that way
I sure did.
in those photographs.
Absolutely.
Okay. You did take pictures of your alleged injuries after December 15th, correct? And you showed those to the jury?
I sure did, yes.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 516, which is already in evidence. You testified that this is a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015, right?
It was.
And if we could also please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 517, which is also in evidence.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is also a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015.
That's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409, which is already in evidence.
Yeah, Sylvie, drinking bottles of wine every day will age you. Yeah, it's a shame they ever got together, says Aisha. Some relationships are just toxic.
These pictures ended up in People magazine in June of 2016. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You gave these pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I didn't personally know.
This was you protecting Mr. Depp after you got the restraining order against him, isn't it?
No, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it, as I mentioned to you earlier.
So you did give these pictures to People magazine?
No, I gave these pictures actually to my lawyers and my representatives at the time.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
I certainly did not personally give it, no.
You also have a medical record from
So how did they get the
after
pictures?
the December 15th, 2015 incident, don't you?
A partial one, yes.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence? This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
But you went to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right, okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please, if we could. The signature Kipper down below. This is the entirety of the medical record. Right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that.
Let's do that, shall we?
We could
You don't
please
recall? Let's read it together.
Well, under skin on the second page, it reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor, no signs of, oh, this is going to be hard, cyanosis, mottling, jaundice.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
Yeah, but it doesn't document any physical injuries.
Doesn't seem to be documenting anything.
Uh-oh, Amber
Probably
fighting
because there was
back.
nothing to document, right, Ms. Heard?
I disagree with you on that.
They called her a male.
You don't have any medical records.
Maybe she's a
reflecting that you
man.
broke
Is
your
Johnny
nose during
gay?
your
Oh my
relationship
God.
with Mr. Depp,
Scoop.
do you?
I saw an ENT after my relationship ended.
And you saw an ENT, it's your testimony under oath that you saw an ENT for broken noses that you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
No, but the ENT told me I sustained
Objection.
multiple fractures.
No, I'm going to move to strike.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll move it to strike. Okay.
Thank you. So again, just to try my question, there's no medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, is there, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what made it in evidence, but I do know that I documented that visit and that everything was given to my attorneys.
Ms. Heard, you never went to see any doctor or surgeon to treat a broken nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, yes or no?
I never sought treatment for broken nose while I was with Johnny.
Or after you were with Mr. Depp, as a result of any injuries you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
Afterwards, yes, I did.
And you didn't produce those medical records in this case?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. She did.
I did.
I don't know. All right.
They have not been produced, Your Honor.
They've not only
All right,
been
if you would
produced.
Common approach.
Oh, Elaine, not only have they been produced, but we produced them ourselves in China. Allegedly. Oh, did they kick somebody out of court? Front row? Was front row kicked out of court? Oh, this is getting Josse. Look at the curly one, the curly lawyer. She's very Witches of Eastwick. She is a very, very Witches of Eastwick meets Harry Potter. And what do you guys think? This is getting really juicy. I am very excited about this. I got to say, however, the slip up of the lawyers showing medical documents where the doctor wrote that Amber Heard is a healthy male, that kind of discredits, in the jury's eyes, that kind of discredits that that medical document, in my opinion. But anyway, let's go back.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any dental work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or another seeking dental care for any injuries you allegedly sustained?
You asked me about if I had produced records or if I had records. That's a different question.
Did you ever see a dentist or an oral surgeon as a result of any injuries you sustained with Mr. Depp?
Not about any injury I had from Johnny, no.
And you don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any reconstructive work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I never required reconstructive work, so there would be no records.
What you do have, Ms. Heard, are pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping, though, right? The jury saw a lot of those.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Heard, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1090, which is already in evidence. You took this photograph, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you testified that this was taken in Tokyo in July of 2013, correct?
Yes.
So you decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep on the floor?
He was passed out.
That's a yes.
And I took a picture of him because he wouldn't remember. He claimed he didn't pass out that way. And sometimes security would carry him like a baby into bed, get him changed, and he would be none the wiser. So I started taking pictures of it so that he knew that it was real, that it had gotten this bad.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1091, which is already in evidence. You took this
Johnny
picture
taking
as well.
a nap, says
Yes.
T-Bell.
And this is the picture that was taken in the Bahamas, right?
It's one of them, yes.
And this is a picture of Mr. Depp taking a nap on his tropical island.
On his tropical island, you guys.
He was on the nod, but as he would say.
But he was doing
Sleeping
method
on the nod.
acting
On
as
his
Jack
island.
Very
Sparrow.
different, in my opinion. And
Okay.
yes, he is on the island.
Method
On
acting.
vacation.
We were on vacation, yes.
Hi, Nina.
Let's also take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1092, which is also in evidence.
Yes, cross-examination is happening now.
We also took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
That's
This is,
correct.
oh my God.
I did.
And again.
And this is another picture of Mr. Depp asleep in a chair.
I love his little tiny
No, he
hairdo
was,
up here.
Nodding off.
His little
Sleep
palm
is
tree.
different when you're nodding off. you're high on drugs, didn't even feel the cigarette in his hand that had, been burning on his leg. It was cause for alarm for me, naturally, because I cared about him.
Is your testimony under oath that Mr. Depp is holding a cigarette in this picture?
He had been.
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
I hated it.
Nappy
I
time.
hated it.
Let's look at Defendant's Exhibit 1094, which is also in evidence. You took this picture of Mr. Depp as well, didn't you?
I
You decided to take
The
a picture
fuck,
of
you
Mr.
guys?
Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
Oh my God.
He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug use had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him. And it scared
Instagram,
me.
Twitter,
It's a really
TikTok.
picture of it.
Let
Yes,
the
I wanted him to get
floodgates
help,
of memes
and
begin.
Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him.
Objection,
protect
Your
him.
Honor. I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Still responsive, Your Honor.
The question was, did you take this picture?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. This isn't a very flattering picture of Mr. Depp, is it?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
Yes, I think it's a part of getting help is looking at it, seeing it.
But you sent this picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
Oh, she sent it to a
I
friend.
don't recall.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 252.
Oh, she did not.
We'll only be looking at the portion of this document. So if we
Yeah,
could
you
please call
sent
it
that picture
Defendant's
to a
Exhibit
friend, girl.
252A.
252.
Big
For ease,
no.
We've gone ahead and redacted it.
Yes, I was asking for support. That's correct.
There's no question yet, Ms. Heard. So directing your attention, I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 252A.
Any objection? Any objection, Ms. Bretta? Could you turn your microphone again? Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, no.
I need to see it first because I
Okay.
don't know what they redacted.
252.
We redacted the
What they redacted.
identifiers and anything that's
I want to
Ms.
see it
Heard
first. I don't know what they
text messages.
redacted. I mean, I love her. I
Consistent
know
with hearsay.
people don't like this lawyer. I think she's so funny. Elaine. She's a tough cookie. Amber Heard's lawyer, Elaine. I think she's funny. I know people are like, ew. I think she's funny.
Thank you.
What they redacted. Let's see what they redacted.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Okay, let me read some comments. Haha, ice cream gate. Oh my god, you guys, the memes are gonna freaking break the internet now with Johnny like passed out in 30 different poses. Like 50 shades of Johnny fainting. LOL, this commentary makes it much better. Thank you, sweetie darling. She always acts clueless, says Jenny. Nina says worried and she took a pic, right? Aaron says TFW, we've had enough of ambitids. Kuroyoru, didn't Johnny say that it happened because he worked so much that he passed out? Partially, but it was due to also whatever prescribed medications he was on, allegedly. And yeah, did she take these for blackmail, asks Sylvie. Well, if she sent it to her girlfriends, it definitely wasn't because she wanted to help Johnny. Like, no. She's drinking a lot of that pink water, says Amandeep. Aisha says, I don't think either of them are angels. Yes, but no, says, worried about the waste of yummy ice cream is all. Nina says, she looks like Dr. Evil with that dress. Poop mimes, mines? Asia, poop memes. Oh my god. I mean, Nina says, right? Amandeep says, Elaine has a distinct voice, which I like. Yeah, me too. Sylvie BT says, I have thought he was passing out because he was addicted to an opiate prescribed to him after a medical procedure. That's what we're also led to believe, at least in part. Blonde and Chatty says, to Aisha, I agree with you. Clearly a toxic relationship. Just hope they can both move on. So embarrassing, all this dirty laundry being aired. Baby Firefly says, have they asked if she did in fact show Johnny the pictures? Have they asked if she did in fact show Johnny the pictures? Right, that's a good question. They should ask, because she says she took them so that she could help him. Like what Aisha says, that she photographed her friend passing on and then she showed it to the friend, hoping that the friend would realize how bad it is and stop drinking. But then Aisha said her friend unfortunately didn't stop drinking. I don't know if she showed the pictures to Johnny.
Refresh your recollection that you did in fact send this picture to your friend Rocky Pennington?
Yes, I did.
And you sent it to her on August 7th, 2014 at 11:24 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
So you sent Miss Pennington this picture of Mr. Depp with ice cream spilled on him, right?
That is correct.
And you wrote, quote, "This is what I've been dealing with," end quote. Did I read that right?
You did read that right. That's correct.
And this is you protecting Mr. Depp?
That is me getting support from my best friend.
This is you supporting Mr. Depp?
This is me getting support from my best friend. I also need support.
You weren't afraid the monster would get upset that you took this picture?
This was Opiate Johnny.
Opiate
This is a
Johnny.
different version of him. This is Opiate on the Nod Johnny.
And you weren't afraid that Opiate Johnny, or the monster as you called him, would get upset that you sent this picture to your friend?
Well, he's all of those things. Of course he could get upset. Of course that's scary to me, of course. But
did it stop you from sending this picture to your friend, did it?
Why would it?
Mr. Depp's right hand is in his pocket, right, Miss Heard? In this
Yes,
picture?
that's correct.
You also showed this jury pictures of cocaine. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
She will forever
Please take
be
a
known
look
as
at one
Amber
of
Turd.
those.
Now, unfortunately, this
We
is
could
one
please pull
chatty
up
or not.
Defendant's Exhibit 167A, which is already in evidence. Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to the photograph.
Infamous photo.
This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
That is correct.
And this was taken at your apartment in Orange?
Yes,
And this is your breakfast table?
that is correct.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it?
That is correct.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine?
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And there's
Doesn't stay on the table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in order to put the cocaine in your nose.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right?
He is.
And
Now she threw her sister under the bus again.
Back right?
Yes.
The junkie sister of mine taught him how to snort cocaine.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see 1 cigarette.
The one that's not smoked.
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I can tell in this picture?
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
And when you sent it, you said, quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was
Staged
going on in my
photographs.
life.
The lawyer wants to say that Amber Heard staged
You don't have any
the
pictures
cocaine.
of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine, sitting next to cocaine.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either, were you?
I
Yeah,
never
she's
tried.
been filming him all the time.
But
She
you
would
were
have
able to catch
definitely
him
wanted
sleeping,
to catch him with
right?
cocaine.
I have seen him pass out in all sorts of places, yes.
And you also captured a video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen that was played again for this jury today, beating up some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Sorry, say that again?
You recall capturing Mr. Depp in the kitchen of one of his homes, beating up some cabinets?
Yes. Slamming things around, yes.
So you took that video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen, right?
I did. I did.
And you took it on one of your iPad devices?
I took it on my iPad.
You were deposed in August of 2016 in connection with your divorce proceedings for Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And you will recall that the video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen was released online the day before your deposition in August of 2016, don't you?
That's correct.
You're the one who released that video.
Incorrect.
Isn't that true?
That's incorrect. I flew in from another place at the time. I remember learning about it when I landed.
So it's just a coincidence that the video you took of Mr. Depp was released the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp.
I absolutely had nothing to do with that. I wouldn't even know how to do something like that.
So who did it?
You settled your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
Thank you, Sharon.
That sounds right.
And in connection with that settlement, you received $7 million from Mr. Depp, true?
That's correct.
And then
6.8 exactly.
your
Camila
settlement amount was
Vasquez.
$7
Not the
million.
lawyer? Yeah, she has a
That's
sweet
correct.
voice.
And then you released a statement in
Endearing.
which you claimed you would be donating the entire $7 million to charity, right?
That's correct.
You stated you would be donating half of the $7 million to the ACLU,
That's correct.
and you would be donating the other half to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
That is correct.
And you also stated, with respect to the $7 million divorce settlement, that money played no role except for the extent that you could donate the money to charity.
Yes, that's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1259.
She's like, and now you spent all the money somewhere else. Thanks, Picky Ricky. Thank you. Hey, Amiz.
This is an
Marchelova.
article entitled Amber Heard Donates Johnny Depp Divorce Settlement to Charity. Read her statement in full. Is that correct?
That's what the title says, yes.
Directing your attention to the portion on the second page where it says, quote, read the statement below. Is that the statement you released, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit the statement and the article as redacted.
Objection, hearsay.
It's her statement.
This is not her statement. This is some.
She just testified, Your Honor, that it's her statement.
She just said
Yeah,
it's her
I see the
statement.
full,
Everything else is redacted.
Okay, then I have no objection.
All right, 1259 in evidence as redacted.
Elaine is like, you got me. You got me. All right, I'll let it
reads,
pass. Elaine, you're not the
As
judge.
described in the restraining
It's
order
not up
and
to you
divorce
to let it
settlement,
pass. Elaine.
Money played no role for me personally and never has, except to the extent that I could donate it to charity, and in doing so, hopefully help those less able to defend themselves. As reported in the media, the amount received in the divorce was $7 million, and $7 million is being donated. This is over and above any funds that I have given away in the past and will continue to give away in the future. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct. I don't remember that last line, but I have no, it doesn't stand out to me as wrong.
There's nothing inaccurate in the statement.
Not that I recognize, no.
Mr. Depp donated $100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU, is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity on my behalf or towards my contribution.
So $100,000
to each.
To the ACLU.
And to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Fair enough.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
And Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid the installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount, or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce, as per our agreement.
You also publicly...
And he chose to do the former, not the latter. I mean, the other way around.
You also publicly stated that the $7 million divorce settlement should be paid to the charities immediately in full, right?
If he wanted to pay it in the way that he was suggesting, yes.
And you said publicly that the payments to the charities should not be drawn out over many years, right?
I said that, I don't recall the exact words that I used, but basically that he shouldn't use this as a novel interest in getting a tax break, that if he wanted to do that and not pay me the settlement, that was fine, but he would have to pay the adjusted amount and not make it, you know, a commitment he would not fulfill or try to avoid in some other way.
And that's because you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement as soon as you received it from Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
No, I was going to be receiving it in installments, and I would be paying in installments the donations.
In fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1260.
Subscribe, everyone. Thanks, Jack, for reminding me to say it also. Subscribe. Let's try to reach 1,000 subscribers. Whoop, whoop. Yes.
This is an article entitled Amber Heard and Johnny Depp Row Over Divorce Donations. And if I could direct your attention to where it says, I believe it's on the second page, her spokeswoman responded in a statement. The language that follows the statement you released...
Objection, hearsay, spokeswoman, it's not her.
All right.
A spokesperson is an exception, Your Honor.
You want to come forward?
Oh, they're going to the bench. You guys, what I want to say here is what Amber Heard is saying makes sense to me if it's true. Obviously, she is under oath, so we think that it's true, but we never know. But if he was trying to pay not her the settlement, but directly to the charities so that he can have a tax benefit, a tax break from it, that's not cool. I agree with her on that. Now, if this is true, you know, because if he was trying to be sneaky, be like, okay, so I got to give you $7 million, but we agreed that you're going to give the $7 million to charity. I'll do it. I'll give it to charity so I get a tax break. Yeah, that's also sneaky.
You released
But
a
then again,
statement.
it's his money. He has to give the settlement. Why doesn't he get a tax break? I mean, is it okay for him to get a tax break if he had to settle to give the money to charity for her? Is it morally okay that then he gets that tax break? Or should it be a tax break that she gets for donating the money, for donating his money that she won in the settlement to charity? And as she said, well, if he donates the money and if he wants to have a tax break, then he has to donate a bigger amount than the 7 million or whatever, so that he's in his own tax bracket because he earns more than her. Interesting
Before we
point.
ask the next question, I'll just hand you a copy of this one.
I want to see it before you ask.
That's
How
what I'm
long does
saying.
the trial
That's
should be
exactly what I
lasting
said.
today? I don't know. I love Camille. She's great across. You can see Amber's anger. LOL. Asia says, I'm just wondering whether to keep watching with you or go watch Downton Abbey. Well, this is Downton Abbey,
Your
darling.
Honor, would you like to see one as well?
I can tell you.
That's right, that's
Oh,
fine.
please
Okay.
stay with us, Mama. Papa is in the jury. Papa is sitting watching Mama give testimony. Dacob, wait, Amber said earlier today that she wanted to do the payments periodically so she could get the tax benefits. Yes, Jack. But my question is, does she
please turn your
deserve those
microphone on?
tax breaks? Because she won that money in their separation
Your Honor,
agreement.
They gave me a redacted, but I don't have the unredacted to be able to see the full.
Who's
document.
allowed to
plan
claim the
admit
tax
it,
breaks?
or
I think
ask
that should have
it
been
be
also
admitted in
stipulated
redacted
in
form.
their
I'm taking away
agreement
any
before they
hearsay,
went
and
into
I'm just trying to lay the
finalizing the
foundation,
agreement.
But this is a statement she released through a spokesperson.
How would I know whether there's more to it that shouldn't be redacted, Your Honor, if I don't see the full document?
Yeah. Give the woman a full document. Give Elaine a full document. Matthew. Hey, Matthew.
Your Honor, the witness can testify as to whether this is a full statement or not.
Matthew's delicious.
The witness can't do, we have the right to
Or
be
he
able to
clearly
see
didn't
the
trust her to
document.
pay the money.
You have
That's
a
also
document that's not redacted?
We can pull it up on our computers.
Okay.
Just give us a moment, Your Honor.
Right.
I can represent this is the full statement that's reported.
Okay, give her an opportunity to look at the unredacted
So,
one.
like, somebody's going to get a tax break. When you donate money in America or when you buy art, you get a tax break. Now, the question is, who did they have in their separation, divorce settlement? Did they have a stipulated clause who gets to benefit from the tax break of these $7 million? Or did they not? If they didn't, and then he tried to donate the money so that he could get it, I don't know what is morally better here. Thanks, Dacob, for your perspective, Blonde and Chatty. You clarified something I didn't understand, and we do need to know the full facts. Cheers. Thanks, sweetie. Yeah, Carson brings us a pint of champagne. 1,000 subbies coming right up, guys. Then we're going to pop a bottle of Bully to celebrate this festive occasion and the cross-examination day, which we've all been waiting for so eagerly. What's been the highlight today, Dacob? Xeni.
Sorry, Ms. Braddock. May I approach?
Yes.
I think the highlight are definitely the sad photos of Johnny fainted in different parts of the world. I think that's kind of the wow moment of the day. Harmony Chung, hey, I hope Amber and Johnny's lawyers don't bump into each other in the restrooms. Oh my God, they're going to pee on each other. Or they took a number from Amber Heard and they're going to poop on each other. This is how it goes, says Julie Fitzgerald, right? Debbie says thanks for the thumbs up. Matthew's Delicious says Elaine needs to see the report so she can misunderstand it. LOL. Asia says, when will there be Johnny's deposition?
Can we have a copy of this?
You can get a copy of that
Happily.
later.
He already had
Okay.
he already had his
I
deposition,
think
but
she should be
apparently
giving
now
us copies of the full
Amber's
document.
lawyers want
We'll
to
take care of
interrogate
that.
him for Amber's lawsuit
continue?
back.
We
SR
can,
Style,
but I
thank you
have
for
an
subscribing,
objection
sweetie.
because of, there's some
The tax break would be given to whoever is
come
named
forward.
as the donor. Yes, Jack, but is it okay for Johnny to be the donor if that's the money he had to give to Amber? If Amber was awarded a 7 million, then it's up to, and she said, I'm going to give the 7 million to charity. If that was the agreement, that she gets the 7 million and then she gives it to charity, then she should get the tax break. Why should he get a tax break if she was awarded the money? Like, I get that. But that's why I'm asking, did they have in their agreement stipulated who gets a potential tax break from the donation? Tax breaks for charitable donations are a bit weird morally, says Jack. For sure, but if listen, everything to help the cause. If it helps the cause of the charity, and if it helps to get the rich to donate, then so be it. Don't get sucked in by the tax break red herring, says Caboose. It's never 100% morally cute, says Jack. I love having people to talk about this with, says Sylvie. To Nina.
All right.
Oh wow, I'll have to catch up later, says Debs. Julie says, are we going to do this all week, please?
So
there goes
directing your
Julie.
attention, Ms. Heard.
I missed the good stuff, says Deb.
Her
Miri says, I'm
spokeswoman
really learning a
responded
lot
in a
about the
statement.
system in the U.S.
The
through
language
this.
that follows.
Your Honor, again, she can't read it. She has to show it
The
to
language
her.
that follows.
Right. If you want to lay a
Is this-
foundation to that. Go ahead.
You released a statement after Mr. Depp donated $100,000 to the ACLU and $100,000 to CHLA. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Julie says it's
And the
her
language
money,
that
so she should get a
follows
tax
is the
break. Okay,
statement
thanks,
you
Julie.
released in response to Mr. Depp's donations, right?
I don't know if this is the official statement. I have no idea.
The statement that starts
Objection,
at
Your Honor.
Amber Heard. That's the only thing I'm going to say. Would you please read that to yourself, Ms. Heard?
Oh, the pics are going to be all over internet. See, you best believe. Johnny Depp fainted with ice cream melting all over him. There's yes, Blonde and Chatty, the conspiracy theory that Elaine is actually
Yes.
a Johnny Depp fan. I've seen the photos of that lady in the front row
Did you read
waiting
all the
that
way
looks
to the
like just
very
like
bottom
Elaine.
where
Super
the
funny.
last word is supported?
Julie says, as much as I hate her, he cannot get the tax break. Jack says, maybe it wasn't stipulated. Maybe it wasn't. Miranda Lee Dacob, which perfume would be good for Amber Heard? Oh,
Yes.
that's a good
That's a
question,
statement you released
Julie.
through your
Miranda.
spokeswoman after Mr. Depp made the donations to the CHLA and the ACLU. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I do not recall exactly what my statement was. I don't disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall what the statement was we released.
Is there anything inaccurate in that statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
Okay. I'm going to move to admit.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
No, I'll overrule the objection. 1260 and
That
evidence
Hitchcock
of
perfume
objection.
that I
Thank you, Your
reviewed,
Honor.
that I call it the Hitchcock perfume. Dior Amour from the Collection Privée collection, something she could wear. And believe it or
Statement
not,
reads, Amber Heard appreciates Johnny
Boudoir
Depp's
by
novel
Vivienne
interest
Westwood
in
in this
supporting
look.
two of her favorite charities, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union for Domestic Violence, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. This is great and unexpected news. And it continues. However, if Johnny wishes to change the settlement agreement, we must insist that he honor the full amount by donating $14 million to charity, which, after accounting for his tax deduction, is equal to his $7 million payment obligation to Amber.
I
And it
understand
continues.
if the math is correct. Then I get the moral.
We would also insist that the full amount be paid immediately and not drawn out over many years. Anything less would be a transparent attempt by Johnny's counsel, Laura Wasser and Patty Glazer, to reduce their client's true payment by half under the guise of newfound concern for charities that he has never previously supported, end quote.
Yeah, Hitchcock
read
blonde,
that
totally,
correctly?
Aisha.
Yes.
So Dior Amour would be her perfume. And Boudoir, just because she's cunty, just to the right degree.
After this, you kept commenting about the donation of your divorce settlement, right?
Michael G says
I
cat perfume.
don't know what you mean by that.
You're so shady,
Okay.
girl.
You spoke about donating your divorce settlement
Amber
on a Danish
Musk,
TV show,
says Debbie.
correct?
I believe I said I had. I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already
Oh, which one I'm
commented
wearing?
on and stated in the press. I had already released that information in the press. I think I just confirmed it on that show.
You appeared on a show called RTL Late Night, right?
I don't recall what show it was.
If we could please play
Channel 5
Plaintiff's
Your Perfume?
Exhibit 346, which is a
Paris,
portion
Paris.
of your appearance on
I'm
this
blending
program.
the two together today.
And we would ask that it be moved into evidence and ask for
any
permission
objection?
to publish it.
It contains, it has hearsay, it contains other communications with other individuals.
Your Honor, if we may approach very briefly.
Okay, they approach and we refresh, honey. Ah, let me tell you. Listen, my courtroom smells of damask roses. The morning after, it smells of the walk of shame in Paris, honey. Yes. Asia A says, Dacob, I just ordered Paris Eau de Toilette and body cream after trying the sample today. Isn't it gorgeous? Hashtag not sponsored, by the way. I bought this and I'm living for it. Look, barely 2 weeks in and I already have so much used up. Delicious perfume. And it's a Chypre on top of it. And I'm not usually into Chypres. This is a rose Chypre. By the way. Allegedly, says Debbie. Sounds like a setup. Caboose Chew says, she said it was never about money, but was keen on hurting his pocket. Of course. But she said, like, I don't want to keep the money. But then she was living in his houses. But then, you know, if they get married, where else is she going to live? I mean, part of the testimony was like, she said, well, when we got together, started dating, then he wanted me to move into his apartments because my apartment wasn't safe enough. I get it. How about poison perfume? No, Amanda. No. She doesn't have that. Poison is more Alexis Carrington. Cutthroat. She's playing too much victim. Poison. That's not a victim. A victim doesn't wear the poison perfume by Christian Dior. Just saying. And I really do wonder what frag she's wearing. I always find that stuff super interesting. Oh my God, Aisha, me too. And I was just watching Juicy Scoop a day ago. I was saying this before. Melissa Rivers was giving an interview talking about Joan Rivers, her mom. She just wrote another book about her. And unfortunately, Heather McDonald, as funny as she is, she's not the best interviewer when it comes to these things, because they came to the last point of the interview where Melissa Rivers says that she donated to charity all of the most famous, expensive dresses of her mom, and she kept some of the really, really cool ones for future charities. But then Heather asked her, but what did you keep to yourself of your mom? And then Melissa, bless her heart, said, I kept only a couple of the ratchetest, oldest sweaters that my mom used to travel in, because that's the closest to my heart. And I wear them sometimes when I feel sad.
Actually, were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this.
And she said it still has her mother's perfume.
You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money. But then you did something that twisted that whole argument. Money.
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. Yeah. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard of.
I wanted nothing.
This interview was in October of 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when it was.
It was in 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't remember when this was done.
This was after you had received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
The $7 million divorce settlement was paid to you in full by February of 2018, right?
That's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already in evidence.
And then Heather McDonald should have asked Melissa Rivers, well, what perfume did your mother wear? Because your mother loved perfume. You know, she said your mother loved perfume. Melissa says, yes, she loved perfume. And Heather did not ask which perfume Joan Rivers wore.
Yes,
and I was like,
and if we go down
what
to
a
the
missed
bottom of
opportunity.
page 4.
I want to know what perfume Joan Rivers wore.
There's a heading labeled
Melissa Rivers.
Equalization payment. Do you see that?
Tell us.
Yes.
And underneath that, it outlines a payment schedule for the divorce payments, correct?
Yes.
Well, it begins to. And if we go on page 5.
Yeah, I saw
So
Heather
the
missed
first
the trick.
payment is scheduled for August
not asking which
31st,
perfume.
2016, and that's $200,000, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made that payment directly.
You got to turn on your microphone, Ms. Berderhoff. I'm not going to hear you.
Objection to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to. That.
Okay.
It's that actually, he literally testified to it in court.
I'll overruled objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made the payment directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the rest of the payments were all made to you, weren't they?
That is correct.
And the final payment of $2.3 million is on February 1st, 2018, right?
The final payment, yes.
And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule.
I'm going to object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to. It's
Overruled
improper.
objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule, right?
I don't believe they were. He might have
That's
testified
not my
to
question, Ms. Heard. My question was, you were here in court when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments were made on schedule.
I was here every day in court. I heard his testimony, yes.
Okay. So back to October of 2018, this was before Mr. Depp sued you for defamation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He didn't sue you until after the op-ed came out in December of 2018, right?
Hi, Tyler.
He sued me in 2019.
And the op-ed came out in December of 2018.
That is correct.
So in October of 2018, you had received your entire $7 million divorce settlement. You would agree with me?
That is correct.
Okay. And you hadn't yet been sued by Mr. Depp.
This is October, correct.
So in this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote. Right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce.
Joan
and
Rivers
reached
wore
the
Joy by
settlement.
Jean
That's
Patou?
when I pledged it right then.
Thanks, Aisha.
And
That's
you say this
amazing.
because
I have Joy right
you,
here.
quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
But you hadn't donated your entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point, had you?
That's incorrect.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety of the
Ms. Heard,
settlement, $7
that's
million
not my
to charity,
question.
and I
Ms. Heard,
intend to
Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those obligations.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question.
Please.
What was
Try to
your
answer
question?
my question.
Mr.
Sitting
Hurd,
here
Ms.
today,
Hurd?
you have
That's not my
not
question.
donated the $7 million donated, not pledged, donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another. They're
But I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard, I don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard, respectfully, that's not my question. As of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today, you have not donated, paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it. I loved Johnny, that's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
That's incorrect.
You wanted good press.
In general, one does want good press, yes.
You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name, and at the time I was being called a liar and my motives were being questioned. I did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were.
You wanted them to be seen. You wanted to be seen, excuse me, as a noble victim of domestic violence.
I have never wanted to be seen as a victim, nor have I ever called myself one.
You literally want to be a victim.
That quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after.
Sanchez!
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
All right.
There's nothing to strike here.
No.
Pledge and donate.
This is really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank you.
Let's move forward. Next question.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Heard?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement...
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay for the entire house at one time. You pay it over time.
Ms. Heard.
All right, next question, please.
Thank you. That statement isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But you didn't donate it.
Unfortunately,
you didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those.
So that's a no, right, Ms. Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct, Ms.
I disagree with your characterization of that.
Let's look at your sworn testimony from the UK.
Oh my God, you guys, this is what I've been waiting for. It was worth the 1 week wait. This.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Oh, child, subscribe to my channel while you're at it, will ya? Give a girl a bone. Give a girl a bone. Ooh, how she looked at her. How she looked at when she gave her the papers.
Ms. Vasquez, do you want me to close the shades?
That would be
okay.
Close those shades, girl.
Light coming across them.
So I appreciate them.
It's the light of God. It's the light of God. The light of truth. The light of truth is upon her. The light of truth shining from up above. Yes, queen.
This is your third witness statement that you submitted in the UK action, right, Ms. Heard?
Correct.
And this statement was made under oath, true?
That is true.
I'm directing your attention to the last page of that statement. That's your signature, right?
Tyler, it's totally like a soap opera.
Yes, it is.
So you made this sworn statement on February 26, 2020.
That's correct.
And directing your attention to paragraph 4. It says, quote, I remained financially independent from him the whole time we were together, and the entire amount of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
The him you were referring to is Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
Most of the money that was donated to the ACLU and CHLA in your name came from someone else. Isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean by most of.
Well, at least $500,000 that was donated to the ACLU in your name wasn't paid by you, right?
Was it Elon Musk?
I believe Elon made a donation in my honor on one of the years.
Yeah, and it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement, right?
No, nor did it count towards my pledge.
And at least $500,000 that was donated to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in your name.
You guys, I fell!
But those were made at the same time.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million
Oh my God,
divorce
oh my God.
settlement.
Nor did it count to my 3.5 obligation.
You guys!
Those $500,000 payments came from your new boyfriend, Elon Musk, right?
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend.
This is
at the
way
time.
too exciting.
You got him to pay part of what you promised to be
I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm
security,
okay.
Incorrect.
because you wanted to keep at least some of the $7 million divorce settlement for yourself, right?
I'm very wrong about that.
I think this, if Your Honor's
Okay,
fine,
you said
this is a good stopping
breaking
point.
Okay, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll stop here for the evening.
No!
Remember tonight, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. I know these days are a little longer, and I appreciate your patience and you're taking care of everything here. Please take care of yourself tonight, okay? And we'll see you in the morning at 9 a.m.
You guys. Is she gonna get scared now?
All right. And again, Ms. Hurd, since you're still on the witness stand, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody, to include your attorneys, okay? All right, 9 o'clock tomorrow then? All right, we'll see you at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Is she gonna jump again when Johnny moves? Okay, so this guy's blocking Johnny from coming close to her. She always picks her up. Oh, look at them all waving at Johnny. He's waving back. Everybody loves him. Okay. Oh, so cute. Did you see how everybody's like waving? Oh my gosh. Oh my God, you guys. Wait, hold on. I can take this off. Oh, this was something else. First of all, me falling off my own chair. That was like hilarious. But you guys, they are loving him. They could have kept going until 5:30 though. They didn't really. I don't know if they started a little bit earlier. But this was something. What do you guys think? Oh my gosh. Okay, first of all, she kept saying pledged, and then the lawyer's like, "No, you lied. You said you donated, but you didn't. The money was not given. But Elon Musk gave some money instead. So where's the money that Johnny gave you? You didn't give it. Elon covered for you. And why would Elon Musk pay for her?" You guys, the best meme of today was me falling backwards off my own chair. I think I broke everything back here. Hold on. Okay, I definitely... Holy smoke. You guys, I did break something. Girl, she's heavy. When she falls, she breaks stuff. Let me tell you, we need a slow-mo. So the best scene of today was me falling backwards. I think we need a slow motion fall of me. Are the Chanel's okay? Let me check. I think I am kind of okay. Oh, fuck. Actually, I'm not that okay. I think I got a really big bruise, you guys. My leg is completely bruised. How did I bruise myself? Hold on, you guys. I'm just checking. Whew, okay, so I somehow got really bruised, but I don't know why. I'm not bleeding. I'm okay. I'm not bleeding. So take a pic, show Amber yes. Please take care, Dacob. I will. I'm gonna take care of the foot. I kind of like scratched the surface of my leg. Tyler, you've fallen needs to be a gif. Oh my god. That was so hilarious. I mean, now actually here everything is, oh my god, my pillows. Okay, well, first of all, this is a lawsuit. Like this, the chair company should get sued. This director's chair, girl, it did not deliver. It did not deliver. But okay, so you guys, can somebody tell me, because I fell down right when they started talking about Elon Musk. What did they come to say? Because obviously I was on the floor while they were talking about that. Did Elon Musk, what did the lawyer get to say to her about Elon Musk? Like, what did they get to say before I before it was over? What did they say about Elon Musk? Blonde Chess says, "Oh dear, Dacob, maybe you should sue Johnny Depp for your bruise, right?" It's following the case, following the trial, has caused me distress. Yes, Harmony, the bruise is quite big on both legs. I'm feeling it. It's like pulsing right now. It was so funny. You guys, so wait, you're the best, Dacob. Thank you, sweetie. Are you going to sue us for watching it happen? We are all distracted. Crickets. So they mentioned this already. Yep, we didn't hear. I was totally distracted by the fall, says Pop. While you were on the floor, did you notice how dirty it looked? Yes, very Amber Heard moment. So I fell on the floor, looked at the ceiling, thought, oh, interesting, there's a ceiling. And then I looked on the floor and I thought, oh, the floor is dirty. The Chanel seems to be okay, though, but I did break the lid of the box. I don't know anymore what hurt my legs, though. I have no fucking clue what happened. It went so fast. And there, we've had actually a live experience. Let's just say we tested it out. I did the fall. And I can attest to this. When you fall like this, you have no recollection of how and what happened. Everything goes into slow-mo, but you don't remember the details. So, just my personal experience. So depends how you fall, I guess. In my case, blackout, total blackout. Now I'm back with you and I'm like, how the hell? So he paid $500,000 for her donations, I think. But why? Letty says, I was screaming for you. I didn't hear the end. You guys, I flew. Like, this is a big fall because this chair is huge. It's a very tall chair. It's not a little chair. It's like a big chair. So I flew. He has donated $5,000, but was a part of Amber's settlement. It was in her honor. That is so sketchy. She should have just paid, and he should have given her the money. That way, nobody would have known. She should have paid, and he should have said, I'll give you $500,000. Julie says, it was so glamorous. Please publish it. Do not cut it. Thank you, guys. Elon was her new boyfriend, and he donated it on her behalf. Maggie says, they asked if the donation came from Elon and not her divorce settlement, and she said it did not count towards her pledge. He just donated in her name. Okay, gotcha. Thanks, Maggie. Monchati says, I hope you didn't fall on top of Baby Yoda. No. Baby Yoda is fine. Baby Yoda is here. I fell back there. Tyler says, I want Elon to testify. I hope you don't fall on top of Baby Yoda. Dacob, you will be on the stand prosecuting the chair makers, right? Elon wanted the tax break too, says Jack. Good point. Amandeep says, now if every jury member can fall, case closed, right? Tipa says, sounds like she was taking the principles of a philanthropist, but it was all manipulative and tactful. Sharon says, I have loved this, been with my favorite people watching. This has been brilliant. Thank you so much. By the way, Dacob, Johnny's ex, Ellen Barkin, will be testifying against him. Oh, Jack, that's going to be terrible. Elon was her boyfriend, and he made a $500,000 donation for her, so she didn't have to pay. It says Sarah. Maria says, I think he just paid it because they were together and she didn't want to pay. She probably convinced him. Aisha says, me too, Sharon Cole. Sharon says, hugs. Julie Fitzgerald says, we need Dacob's bruise as evidence how bruises and falls work. I'm telling ya, I'm bruised AF, like it's bad. Though it looks, I hope it just looks worse than it. I don't want to look at it. I'll look at it when we're done with the live stream. But subscribe to Totally Dacob. You get to see, we get for every tip and donation, we get the cherry popping. So thank you, Jack, so much for your very generous donation at the beginning of the live. And where else do you get the cherry popping? Where else do you get the shady commentary? Where else do you get flying and falling off of chairs? This is freaking fabulous, you guys. Yes, I know there will be bruising. Yes, I know some people are going to come for me and say, you see? Divine providence or whatever they're going to call it, like you're falling because you did something bad. Well, so be it. I paid my dues by falling. At least I didn't like lay there and like people taking pictures of me and sending it to all their friends and being like, look, Dacob fainted here, fainted there, laying here, laying there. Those are the memes I think that are going to be all over internet, if they weren't already, of Johnny Depp being asleep or fainted or comatose in different parts of the world, photographed by Amber Heard. Could you imagine if she issued a book, Johnny on the floor, and then of all the places she photographed him on the floor? I'm not being funny, but when we watch it together, sorry, Daco, more work for you. We are at 834 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. We didn't quite make it to a 1,000, but hopefully soon. So more or less 150 to go. And then we got this channel rolling, baby. Thank you so much for subscribing today. Thanks, Dacob, and everybody, says Nina. Aisha says, hope you're okay, Dacob. I hope so too. I will let you guys know. We're going to need pics, Dacob. You don't want to see those pics because this looks pretty nasty. Glad you're okay, Dacob. Can we talk about the attorney? She was intense and so good. Zara, the attorney, Johnny's attorney, was incredible. Incredible. You fell gracefully, though. I was like, are you kidding me? What was graceful about it? I was like, ah! And then I went. And with it, this chair got to go. This chair is not a friend anymore. But we learned how to cover up the bruises. Now we know. Yes, Andrea. Take Arnica like Amber, right? Debbie says it was epic. Aisha says, me too, Harmony. Sharon says, Aisha, I love this group and all of you. Thank you for making me welcome. Oh, thank you, Sharon, for being with us. Debbie says, I'm glad you are just bruised. Yes, I hope it's just... No, I don't think there's a bone broken. Blanchard says, Jennifer Grey from Dirty Dancing also claims in her just released book that Johnny Depp was controlling and jealous. But she... When did she claim this? Because, you know, when she did Dirty Dancing, she was bigger than Johnny. Was she, though? And then Johnny became bigger than her. Maybe she's jealous that her career flopped after she had her nose surgery. Jennifer Grey should have never operated her nose. Her big nose was her symbol. Like Jennifer Grey's nose made Jennifer Grey. The second she operated the nose, she had nothing special anymore. And her career was also over. Sorry, Jennifer Grey. So how much of what she says in the book is just her being bitter about her own career? And how much is it really truthful? Because he went on to have a great career. She didn't really. So especially when you decide to write stuff like that in a book, everyone make 4 accounts and we can do it, says Jack. That's a good point. 4 accounts, subscribe, we get to 1,000. Sharon says, we'll be watching again. Oh, so no bully today. Blonde and Chatty says, no, we didn't reach 1,000. Julie says, I was scared for Amber. If you don't make that a GIF, I will try to, says Jack. Okay, oh my God. Elegantly and affluently. Harmony says, what was the name of Johnny's lawyer today? Amber is so cheap, she didn't want to pay for a proper attorney. Sharon Cole, glad, feel welcome. This is an amazing group, says Blonde and Chatty. And me says, I'm glad I saw your Insta story and it led me to this new channel. Everybody subscribe and also follow me on Instagram so you get to know when I live stream on all my different channels that I have. My Instagram account is Super Dacob Backup, all spelled together on Instagram. And I post in the Insta stories when I'm about to go live on YouTube's. And I also post a link to the video. You fall because of too much excitement, says Ellen. Yeah, it was exciting. Jennifer and Ashley Simpson both ruined their noses, says Aisha. Unbox Beauty says, back in the day, I read she defended him right after the allegations went out. Now she's changing the narrative in her book, apparently. Interesting point, Unboxed. Lies for book sale, says Debbie. Oh, I have a few more accounts. Hold on, says Pop. Thanks, Pop. Nina says, it is the name of Johnny Depp's lawyer. She's awesome. Camila Vasquez. Sorry, Nina says Camila Vasquez. Camila Vasquez or Vasquez. 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 Oh, Vasquez. Camila Vasquez. Sorry for butchering the surname. Camila Vasquez is the name of Johnny Depp's attorney that was cross-interrogating Amber Heard today. Julie Medina says, can't wait for it tomorrow. Sharon Cole's applauding. Harmony Chung says, thank you. Nina Blanche says, Pop Zoltan, I learned how to put the accent on your name. Maria says, Dacob, are you here tomorrow? Maggie, will you be streaming it tomorrow, Shana? Dacob, will you be watching again? And please tell me time. I don't know. Let me see what's the situation going on now with me. How I'm in the. I have to see because this is kind of hurting a little. So I might not be able to live stream tomorrow because I also do have a prior obligation. But if I manage to live, I wish I listen. You guys, there's nothing I want to do more than live stream because tomorrow, you best believe they're gonna start the interrogation from where we stopped today. They're gonna bring back Elon Musk in the convo. So I would love to be there, but not so sure. Gonna be honest with you guys, not so sure I can manage tomorrow. This was my first time in the chat. I liked it a lot, says Nina. I'm on Central Europe, so I usually cannot make it. Well, I'm glad you made it today. And that lawyer is awesome, says Ellen. Famika says she got into her by talking about him, not looking at her. Right? It was so clever, Famika. And also, she kept pressing on, you pledged, you didn't donate. I'm asking you, did you donate? And Amber Heard's like, to me, it's the same thing, pledge or donate. And then the lawyer, with all due respect, it's not. It was something. It was worthy of the telenovela gods. Seriously, this was insane. Dacob, you must look out for your health first. Thanks, Aisha. Yes, I have to. Put some ice on it, Dacob. I am. I'm going to do it right now, you guys. So wait, whose birthday is it? Oh, Pop. So here, it's officially the 17th, and it's my birthday, shouting myself out here. Happy birthday, Pop! Woo, woo. Happy birthday, sweetie. What a great way to end the live stream with Pop Zoltan's birthday. I hope you guys had a wonderful stream with me. Boy, this cross-interrogation delivered the delivs. It gived the gives. It did the duns. It do-up-pop-pops the bops. Live and ferret. What a great afternoon. Thanks, everyone, for the great convo, says Zara. Oh, thank you all, says Pop. Yeah, happy birthday. Sharon says, Dacob, have you really hurt yourself? Yes, Sharon, I have really hurt myself, but I'm professional. The show must go on, honey. We're ending the live stream now, and don't worry, I'm not bleeding. I'm just really swollen. I can attest to this. If you get bruised, and this was a quick bruise, you swell up. Just letting you know. You swell up. All right, you guys. Talk to you all soon. Hey, SR Style, happy birthday, and Mary. Thank you. SR Style saying happy birthday to Pop. Aisha says, thanks so much, Dacob. Thank you, guys. T-Pal, thank you, Dacob. Harmony Chung, happy birthday. Take care of yourself, Dacob. Thank you, guys. Feel better. Thank you, guys. So Tyler says, great stream. Glad you could make it, Tyler. Thank you, Letty. This was awesome. Tina says, I'll see you Saturday. I'm working, darling. All right, sweetie, darling. So big round of applause to our mods who have kept us safe. Debbie and Jack have been in the... I don't know if anybody else is a mod on this channel, but applause to our mods who have kept us safe. Thank you so much. And if it doesn't happen sooner than Saturday, latest, we see each other again on Saturday, you guys. Have a wonderful rest of the week. If I get to live stream again throughout the week, I'll let you know on Instagram. Never forget to never give up on love. Subscribe. Bye.